Imagine this on your first day at a new school. You get late and the teacher accuses you of making out with a friend. Sounds ridiculous, right? Chapter 1 of Melody SPOV. Currently I am at one of my concerts. I am busy singing on stage. This is probably the last song I will sing for tonight. I love singing. It's one of my greatest passions. The only problem is that I live a double life like Hannah Montana. Anyway, let's get on with this concert. She just wants to be beautiful. She goes unnoticed. She knows no limits. She craves attention. She praises an image. She prays to be sculpted by the sculptor. Oh, she don't see the light that's shining. Deeper than the eyes can find it. Maybe we have made her blind. So she tries to cover up her pain and cut her woes away. Cover girls don't cry after their face is made. But there's a hope that's waiting for you in the dark. You should know you're beautiful just the way you are. And you don't have to change a thing. The world could change its heart. No scars to your beautiful. We're stars and we're beautiful. And you don't have to change a thing. The world could change its heart. No scars to your beautiful. We're stars and we're beautiful. She has dreams to be an envy. So she's starving, you know. Cover girls eat nothing. She says beauty is pain and there's beauty in everything with a little bit of hunger. I could go a little while longer. She fades away. She don't see her perfect. She don't understand she's worth it. Or that beauty goes deeper than the surface. So to all the girls that's hurting. Let me be your mirror. Help you see a little bit clearer the light that shines within. There's a hope that's waiting for you in the dark. You should know you're beautiful just the way you are. And you don't have to change a thing. The world could change its heart. No scars to your beautiful. We're stars and we're beautiful. And you don't have to change a thing. The world could change its heart. No scars to your beautiful. We're stars and we're beautiful. No better you than the you that you are. No better you than the you that you are. No better life we're living. No better life than the life we're living. No better time for your shine. You're a star. No better time for your shine. You're a star. Oh, you're beautiful. Oh, you're beautiful and there's a hope that's waiting for you in the dark. You should know you're beautiful just the way you are. And you don't have to change a thing. The world could change its heart. No scars to your beautiful. We're stars and we're beautiful. And you don't have to change a thing. The world could change its heart. No scars to your beautiful. We're stars and we're beautiful. Good night, New York. I screamed, my voice echoing through the packed arena. You guys are an awesome audience, I said before strutting off stage. The adrenaline from my performance still coursing through my veins. As I made my way backstage, reality hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm totally dead once I get home. I checked the time on my phone, 1:39 a.m. Yet my brothers are so gonna kill me, especially since I have school tomorrow. I'm so dead. They won't kill us. They love us way too much. Viola, my inner wolf, chimed in optimistically. Oh, zip it, Viola. I need to get to my car, I retorted, rolling my eyes as I navigated through the throng of crew members and security guards. Let me introduce myself. I'm Melody, an 18-year-old werewolf with a successful singing career and a penchant for rebellion. I live with my two older, overprotective brothers, Ashton and Mason, along with 8 equally overprotective cousins. Did I mention they're all guys? So yeah, I'm the only girl in a house full of 10 male werewolves. Yay, note my sarcasm. Mel, please tell me you are on your way home. As a chest's authoritative voice rang through our mind link. Speaking of the devil, just about to get into the car, I replied, climbing into my sleek black Ferrari with tinted windows. You'll probably be home in 10, Ash. Make that 5. With your driving. Mason chimed in, his mental voice laced with a smirk. I laughed, feeling a rush of affection for my brothers despite their overbearing nature. Hey Mason, it's not my fault my cousin is a street racer who taught me a few tricks. I mind-linked back, my own smirk playing on my lips. I revved the engine, the powerful machine purring to life. and sped off towards our PAX territory. Skip car ride, I pulled up in front of our sprawling mansion, killed the engine, and grabbed my bag. As I unlocked the front door, I was greeted by the sight of my brothers, arms crossed over their chest, looking less than pleased. I yanked off my blue wig, tossing it onto the nearby couch, and met their stern gazes with an innocent smile. "Mal, you know you need to be home after 12 am if you're doing a concert," Ash began, his alpha authority seeping into his tone. I waved my hands dismissively. I know. I kinda lost track of time. I smiled sheepishly, hoping to diffuse the tension. Mason let out a sigh, his caring nature winning over his frustration. "Just go to bed. You need some sleep. Your senior year starts tomorrow." "I have to go tomorrow." I groaned. The reality of school hitting me hard. "Yes, you do, Mel. You, Mel." Ashton replied firmly. "It's your own fault if you're tired tomorrow. But even if you're already successful, you still need an education." I nodded, knowing there was no point in arguing. I kissed them both on the cheek and trudged upstairs to my room. Exhausted, I flopped onto my bed, feeling the day's events catch up with me. "You would be," Viola commented sympathetically. I shut her out and forced myself to change into pajamas before crawling under the covers. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I was out like a light, with one last thought flickering through my mind. One more year at the hole. High school. Can't wait. At least there's only 1 year left. Hopefully, the year ends as soon as it started. Chapter to Melody SPOV. I woke up to the annoying beeping of my alarm clock. I hit the clock to stop the beeping. What an annoying sound to hear so early in the morning. I threw my duvet over my head and dozed off again. Couple of seconds or maybe minutes later, Mason shouted from downstairs. "Mel, get up, you don't want to be late for the first day of senior year. Especially since you're the new girl." I let out an over-exaggerated sigh. I replied with a simple fine. I rubbed my sleepy eyes, then checked the clock to see it was 700 am. I have 1 hour and 30 minutes before school starts. Yay, note my sarcasm. I jumped out of bed and ran into the bathroom. Yes, I have a bathroom connected to my room. I quickly took a shower, ran into my walk-in closet with my towel wrapped tightly around me. I threw some clothes on and put on basic makeup. My outfit consisted of a white shirt tucked into a floral skirt, with a short light blue denim jacket. I added a thick belt around my waist and a necklace. I grabbed my school bag and slung it over my shoulder. My makeup consisted of a light pink lipstick and some eyeliner. That's it. Like I said, basic makeup. I'm not a fan of looking like a fake Barbie doll, like most of the school's sluts and queen bitches. That's a very accurate comparison. After putting on my makeup, I ran downstairs. It's now 8:10 am. I have 20 minutes to get to school. I go straight into the kitchen to find my brothers and cousins. They say good morning in unison with very chirpy voices. I roll my eyes. I simply give them the look that says. They just start laughing. They know I'm not a morning person like at all. If I open my mouth, they would probably be 6 feet under. I grab apple and breakfast bar. I say bye to my bros and cousins. I kiss them all on the cheek and got into my car. It's not like all my other cars. It's a car that will blend in with everyone else a lot easier, so that I'm not noticed as much. I prefer to blend in at school and make a noise on stage. I got into my cherry red BMW i640. I quickly race off to school. I got there in half the time it would normally take, thanks to my awesome driving skills, which I definitely inherited from Xander. He's a street racer who taught me a few things. Skip car ride, I left at school and quickly found my way around my new school. I went to the office to get my class schedule and locker number. On my way to my locker, guys started giving me looks and girls glared. I just flipped my hair, held my head up high and strutted over to my locker. When I finally find my locker, I see my best friend, Chris, leaning against my locker. He sees me and smiles. A genuine smile. Not a fake one like the ones I have been receiving from the people at this hellhole. When I reach him, he instantly hugs me. I hug him back, of course. I mean, he is my best friend. After our hug, he puts out his hand, silently asking me for my class schedule. I roll my eyes but hand it to him. He checks his and mine. He chuckles. I just give him a confused look. Then he says, "Great, I don't need to make any new friends 'cause you're in all my classes." I smile up at him. We link arms and try and find our first class. We're probably going to get lost very quickly. Anyway, let my last year of hell finally begin. Ugh, if you were wondering, Chris is a werewolf. My new high school is just for werewolves. There are about 3 to 5 different packs at this school. Probably should have listened when Ish told me about my new school. Anyway, not like it matters now. Apparently the school is on shared land so that packs can socialize with members of other packs. So that teens don't feel they have to socialize with those in our own pack. My brothers prefer I go to a school just for us because then we can be ourselves. We don't need to hide our strength and speed as we are all werewolves. The only humans around here are the ones born into a werewolf family, but they know about our world, so it's chilled. The bell rings, signaling time for class. I sigh and head to my first subject. Advanced math, yay. Note the sarcasm. Someone remind me why I took advanced math in the first place. Oh, I remember Ash made me. I had no choice in the matter. His reasoning, and I quote, "Mel, you get 1 for maths, challenge yourself a little. Plus you'll be like me who got 1 even advanced maths," he said, dusting imaginary dust off of his shoulder. All I did was roll my oh so pretty eyes at my stupid older brother. Sometimes I wonder if he really is older than me or if it's the other way around. Anyway, back to school. Let's go find this class and get the day over with. It only started and it feels like it's dragging on forever. Has anybody realized that I'm extremely dramatic yet? Chris always complains about it. I shake my head and put a smile in my face. 1 day of school, how many more to go? Anyone know? Seriously, does anyone know, just so I can count down the days till freedom? Chapter 3, Melody SPOV. Chris and I walk around the school trying to find our math class. Then we heard the final bell. Great, we're going to be late for our first class. I mutter, but I see someone. I go to the person and say, "You're M. Sorry, could you please tell me where Mr. Rivers' advanced math class is?" The guy looks at me tentatively, then says, "Let me guess, from Lakewood." I nod. He sighs. "Go straight down this passage, then turn right. It's the first classroom you'll see." Then he walks on. What a nice guy. Anyone notice my sarcasm? We follow his directions and eventually get to class. Only one massive problem, we're 10 minutes late for our first class. Great. I bite my bottom lip. Chris sees my facial expression and tries to tell me we're not gonna get into trouble. Keyword tries. He obviously failed. I mean, how can I be okay when we're 10 minutes late? I really don't want a detention on my first day at this hellhole. He knocks on the door and we walk in. Mr. River looks at us and says, "Melody and Chris, right?" I croaked out a quiet yes. The girls are giving me death glares. Like, why? What did I do to you? Then it hits me. They can't possibly think. My thoughts were interrupted by Mr. River. "I don't know how it worked at your old school, but here you will be on time for my class. Always. But 2 of you can find another time to suck each other's faces." I stare blankly at him. I am so tempted to laugh in his face right now. I mind link Chris. He thinks we were, interrupts Chris. I look at Mr. River and say, "Excuse me, sir, but just because the students at this school normally come late to class for that reason does not mean it's the reason we're late. We're new here and don't know our way around. Plus, I would never make out with him," I say, pointing to Chris. "He's my best friend, nothing more." Mr. River looks taken back by my sudden outburst and says, "Just find your designated seats and don't be late for my class again." After he said that, he continued teaching the class. I smirked because I had enough guts to put the old man in his place, then zoned out of the entire lesson. I was thinking about why I had come to this dumb high school in the first place. Time for a, you guessed it, flashback. Flashback, almost 1 month ago our pack was attacked. We were attacked by a group of rogues. These were no ordinary rogues. They came to our pack looking for a white shifter who had healing powers. But white wolves are extremely rare. Probably 1 in every billion, if you're lucky. Being rare and having other powers or abilities is what makes shifters so special. Rogues only want a white shifter to use it for its powers. It's not the first time they came to our pack looking for the white shifter. The first time I know of them entering our territory was when I was 9, the day my parents died. They died with the secret of who this special white shifter was. This was almost 9 years to the day. At the time, Ash was only 16 but had to take the alpha position. Surprisingly, he made a great alpha. When the rogues came back, they brought back the old memories we had all tried to forget. I was the main person who tried to forget, but this will forever be imprinted in my mind. During the more recent fight between the rogues and our pack, Ash managed to injure their leader, so they had to retreat. After they retreated, Ash found a place for us to relocate the entire pack for safety. All of this happening makes me think of my parents sacrificing themselves to keep the rogues from getting hold of the white wolf. I can't help but feel guilty about their death. After all, I saw everything from my hiding spot. I was just too shocked to react and do anything. What most people don't know is that they died protecting me. The white shifter the rogues have been after for 9 years. They came back just to get me. The reason my parents died. I could have saved them if I wasn't frozen in shock. After my parents' death, I hardly ever shift or use my healing powers unless it's completely necessary. Completely necessary hardly ever comes, so I guess I never use my powers. The bell rang and sended I ran out of the class. Chris caught up with me. He asked if I was okay. I told him I was fine, just thinking about the attacks on our pack. He gave me a concerned look and said, "I know what you're thinking, Mel, and none of this is your fault." I just brushed him off. I didn't feel like having this conversation now. Too many sad memories for one day. I can't help but wonder, if I had given myself up to the rogues, there's a chance my parents would still be alive. I wish this was my old school right now, because then I could just skip class and go to the music room to distract myself. I would forget all my worries when I was in the music room because I could sing my heart out and play instruments. I used to do this until I felt better. Music has always been my escape from the world. But teachers wouldn't mind since they knew my sappy, sad story. I was allowed to clear my head in the music room whenever I felt like it. They didn't even care if I bunked school for a whole day. I shook my head. I need to get through this day. Let's just hope it flies by in the blink of an eye. Chapter for Melody SPOV. The rest of the day dragged on. Thankfully, I made it through the first day without drawing too much attention towards myself. Cue happy dance. The bell just rang. Yay, school's over. Finally. I can go home and do nothing until I have to do my homework. Hug. Chris walked me to my locker. He leaned against the one next to mine while I put my books away. I closed my locker and we headed to the parking lot. Before I got into my car, Chris asked if he could come over. I nodded. I didn't have the energy to speak. It's been quite a long day. I got into my car and he got into his. I drove home slower than usual. Get car ride. I got home and parked my car. Chris parked his next to mine. We walked into the house. My bros and cousins were all standing in the living room. Then saw my face and all shared a confused and concerned look. I guess they knew my first day was terrible without me even saying anything. Hopefully they don't ask about it. I shake my head. Of course they are going to ask about it. After all, they are my brothers and cousins. They see Chris and all 11 of them do that weird bro hug thing. I roll my eyes and head over to the kitchen. I go to the fridge and take out a bottle of water. I open it and start drinking. They all follow me into the kitchen. After a couple of minutes of silence, Jace, my cousin, finally decides to break it. Mel, are you okay? You have that distant look in your eyes and you look like you want to burst into tears. My brothers and other cousins nod in agreement. You were thinking about the attacks again, weren't you? Asked a worried-looking Mason. I muttered a silent yes. He opened his arms and engulfed me into a big hug. He whispered in my hair, "What happened is not your fault." Then he sighed. "You need to stop thinking that it happened because of you." I just nodded in his chest. Ash and everyone else in the kitchen decided to turn our hug into a big group hug. Guys, need They broke up the group hug and said sorry. They all smiled, sheepishly. I laughed them off and said, "It's fine, you guys know I love you." Grayson, my other cousin, said let's go watch a movie. Everyone agreed and we made it up to into our home movie theater. Yes, we have a movie theater in our house, perks to having an alpha for a brother, I guess. We decided to watch a Disney movie. I love Disney movies, they're so cute. I swear we're children stuck in adults' bodies. About 10 minutes into the movie, Ashton asked Chris a question. One question I had expected him to ask. "Chris, did any guys try and talk to my little sis?" He asked this looking directly at me. It's finally time for everyone to meet my overprotective family. This question got everyone's attention. They all look at Chris waiting for an answer. "Nope," says Chris, popping the pea. I just roll my eyes. Why can't they just ask me? It's not like I'm gonna lie to them. Even if I did lie to them, they would be able to tell. I mean, we have lived together for 9 years. We can read each other like the back of our palms. After his answer, everyone turns their attention back to the movie. I know what you're wondering. They're so overprotective over her, but her best friend's a guy. Well, I grew up with Chris. HES, practically family. That's why my brothers don't mind him being my best friend. Plus, they trust him to be overprotective over me when they're not around. Why is it that I can't get away from overprotective guys? Anyone have an answer for me? After the movie, Chris decides to head home. I walk him to the door. We hug each other, then say bye. I watch him get into his car. He rolls down the window and says, "See you tomorrow, Mel," then he speeds off in the direction of his house. When I say speeds off, I actually mean it. We both love speed. And so some of my cousins are racers. They may or may not have taught us a few tricks. Chris and I are always racing each other. Fudge's probably going to get home in 5 minutes driving the way he is. I decide to be a good girl and do my homework. Me being good, this is a very rare moment. After doing my homework, Jace walks into my room. "Do you want to go for a run?" he asks with hopeful eyes. I nod in agreement. The two of us go outside and meet up with the others. We all go behind a tree, strip and shift. I feel my bones bending. I close my eyes, and when I open them, I'm a big pure white wolf. We all come out from behind a tree in wolf form. They all surround me to avoid people noticing a white wolf. This is how we run whenever I come along with them. Generally, I prefer to stay at home while they run. I might have forgotten to say that our house is in front of a forest, so it's easy to access if we need a run. The 11 of us run for an hour or so. "Let's head home, we've been out for long enough," says Ashton through our mind link. So the 11 of us head home. After the run, I took a nice long shower. After my relaxing shower, I slowly climbed into my very cozy bed. I'm mentally and physically exhausted. It's been a seriously long day. I'm glad it's over so I can sleep now. Oh bed, you have no idea how much I have missed you. I mumble in my pillow. "Someone's gone a little bit crazy," says Viola. I have no energy to reply, simply block my annoying wolf out. Then darkness consumes me and I'm in my dream world. Chapter 5, Melody SPOV. I woke up this morning to someone lightly shaking me. "Ashton." He smiled. "You slept through your alarm clock." I lazily rub my eyes and then sit up in my comfy bed. "Really, yep." He quickly walked out of my room and closed the door so I could get ready for another day of hell. I did my usual morning routine. Today's outfit consisted of a pink top with light blue ripped denim jeans. I put on a bangle and a pink bow in my hair. I added a pair of sandals to my outfit. I went downstairs. I did the same as yesterday. Grabbed something to eat, kissed my bros and cousins goodbye, and went off to school. I have very boring mornings now that I think about it. I got into my car and turned the radio on. I hummed along to the songs playing on the radio. I got to school at 800 a.m. That's a whole 20 minutes earlier than yesterday. Yeah, I am going to be here for even longer than necessary. I feel like I'm in a lose-lose situation. What am I gonna do for half an hour home? I walked to my locker and got my books. From there I decided to go sit in the library for a while. I got to the library and plugged my earphones in. I listened to music, sitting in the back of the library till 8:30. Then I got up and went to art. Luckily, this time I didn't even get lost. I'm so proud of myself. I got to the art class and sat down. Other students started filling in. A girl with brown hair and green eyes sat next to me on the right. I looked at the door waiting to see Chris come into the class. It's unusual for him to be late without telling me. The girl on my right asked me, "Are you looking for someone?" I turned to her, smiled, then answered, "Yes, I'm Kendall, looking for my best friend. My name's Melody, by the way." Then I held out my hand for her to shake. She smiled warmly. "Mine's Ava. I'm the twin sister of the Alpha of the Silver Moon Pack," she said, shaking my hand. "You're from Lakewood Pack, right?" "Yes, I'm the Alpha's little sister." She smiled kindly at me. Then our art teacher, Miss Wellington, walked into the class. She looks young, like Jess in her mid-20s or so. She said, "Good morning, class. Today I want you to draw a self-portrait." So I got to work. I took out my sketch pad and pencil, and I began my self-portrait. I'm not the biggest fan of drawing myself anyway. Ava said, "I think we're going to be good friends." I smiled at her. I had made my first new friend here. I couldn't help but wonder where Chris was. He never skipped class without telling me. And when he skips, he asks me if I wanted to. Then we skip class together. Maybe he overslept or something. Yeah, that must be it. I continued drawing. Ava and I chatted through the entire art lesson. It turns out we're quite alike. I like her, she doesn't seem like a queen bee or slut. Which is great since I associate with neither. What I hate queen bees and sluts, they think they're better than everyone and prettier too. I mean, have they looked in the mirror recently? You look like a Barbie doll with too much makeup on. Ava said Elle could sit with her at lunch because Chris was here and had nowhere to sit. I told her I would since I didn't feel like being a loner. Art, bio, and English went by quite fast, especially since I could talk to Ava in all of those classes. Turns out Jess also in all of my classes. The bell rang for break and we headed to our lockers. It turns out they were next to each other. Weird, I haven't seen her before. I asked her, "Hey, how come I didn't see you yesterday?" "I mean, our lockers are next to each other." So Ava laughed and said, "Well, I wasn't at school yesterday. My brother needed some help with the pack and I offered to help." "Oh, makes sense." We walked into the cafeteria and headed to Ava's table. There were about 6 girls at the table. They all looked friendly. "Hey guys, this is Melody, Jess in my art, bio, and English class. Jess also the little sister of the Alpha from Lakewood Pack," says Ava. "Melody, this is Haley, Camilla, Stella, Taylor, Emma, and Brooklyn," she says, pointing at each of them. We take a seat and they tell me about themselves. It turns out that most of us have classes together. They're all from the Silver Moon Pack. So I'm kinda the odd one out. After school I go home. The girls and I have planned to go shopping sometime. Let's hope that goes well since I'm not the biggest fan of going shopping in big groups. I get home, first question I get, "How was school?" asked Hunter, my one cousin. "It was good, I made some new friends, but Chris wasn't at school." I said with a frown, "That's probably because he had training today." "Which reminds me, you need to start training again," says Ash while drinking a bottled water. "Ugh, do I have to train?" He just gives me that looking, saying it's his final decision. Why do I need to train when I hardly ever get to fight? I mean, one of them is always with me. "Are these new friends girls or boys?" asks Mason. I roll my eyes. "They're all girls." See, overprotective. I went upstairs, did my homework, wrote some new songs, then got into bed. It's been one long day. Chapter 6, Melody's POV. School just finished and I'm so happy. Chris was back today. He made new friends this morning and sat with them during lunch. I didn't mind. I sat with the girls again. I have a concert rehearsal now. I'm on my way home to change now. Finally a part of my life I hardly complain about. I put on my blue wig and change into a different outfit. My outfit consisted of a denim jeans, a pale blue top with a pair of tan boots. I added a necklace, ring, watch, and sunglasses accessories. The sunglasses hide my eyes in case the paparazzi come by on my way. I went downstairs to see my boss and cousins. Then got in my black Ferrari and sped off to my concert practice. If anyone is wondering, I actually have many cars at the moment. I'm saving up for a BMW i8. I ran into the hall. I went to the dressing room to apply some makeup. For concerts, I put on winged eyeliner, mascara, lipstick and eyeshadow. I put on my own makeup and it looks decent. I dislike having other people poke my face, so yeah. I walk out of the dressing room and walk in the direction of the stage. A stage director sees me, gives me a mic and pushes me onto stage. He knows I can walk right. I told him I wanted to sing When I See You Again by Wiz Khalifa ft Charlie Puth. Before I started singing, I saw people walking around aimlessly. I know we keep this place open to the public, but if you want to see me perform, buy a concert ticket like everyone else, because these rehearsals don't always end well. Everyone is making sure things smoothly and go as planned. I start singing. It's been a long day without you, my friend, and I'll tell you all about it when I see you again. We've come a long way from where we began. Oh, they'll tell you all about it when I see you again. When I see you again, dang. Who knew? All the planes we flew, good things we've been through. That I'll be standing right here talking to you about another path. I know we love to hit the road and laugh, but something told me that it wouldn't last. Had to switch up, look at things different. See the bigger picture, those were the days. Hard work forever pays now. I see you in a better place, see you in a better place. How can we not talk about family when family is all that we got? Everything I went through, you were standing there by my side. And now you be with me for the last ride. Then the most intoxicating scent fills my nostrils. I continue singing, but scan the crowd trying to find the owner of that scent. I turn my head in the direction I think the scent is coming from. I see a handsome guy. Scratch that. He looks like a Greek god. Hes wearing a jeans with a tight V-neck shirt. His shirt shows off his muscles and abs perfectly. I slowly look up at his face. He has an amazingly sharp jawline and great cheekbones. I shamelessly check him out while singing. Just as the song ended, our eyes meet. We both muttered one word. One word I didn't expect to hear or say. Mate. Viola screams in my mind. Go to mate. Jump into mate's arms. I block her out. My mate walks towards me. Then I realized I've seen him before. Then it hits me, Hes the Alpha of Silvermoon, the most powerful pack in the world. What do I do? What do I do? I look at him and see love in his eyes. What I'm about to do breaks my heart. I turn and ran into the dressing room. I lock the door. Probably not going to keep an alpha out, but whatever. It will buy me some time. I throw off my wig, spray myself with scent masking spray, and throw on another top. I take out a book and pretend to be. Good thing I always carry masking spray with me, and that I threw my school bag in here earlier. Next thing I know, the door is being flung open. Ben storms in, a scary-looking alpha. His jaw clenched and eyes dark. He looks like he's trying to control his wolf. He asks through clenched teeth, "Where is she?" Referring to me, or should I say Audrey Elizabeth, my stage name. I hesitantly point to the back door. He opens it and follows my direction. I jump up, get my things, then get into the car. I have never driven home as fast as I did today. I know I love speed, but I think I just broke my speed record. I'm shaking right now. In the back of my mind, Viola is whimpering. Why do you run away from mate? You made mate sad and angry. Go back and make mate feel better. I just ignored her. I tried to compose myself before going inside the house. I feel like a bomb has just exploded on me. New problem. Do I tell my brothers and cousins I found my mate? The Hes the alpha of the most powerful pack, and that I just ran away from him? Or should I keep quiet, but Hes going to find me again? Ugh, this is so frustrating. I think I'm going to have to tell them. They know when I lie and keep stuff from them. Telling them is the best option. I hesitantly grab the doorknob and turn it. Here goes nothing. I breathe in and out and take a huge gulp before entering my own home. Chapter 7 AOXPOV. Ever since school started on Wednesday, I haven't been going. I have been trying to catch up on my alpha duties. It's becoming too much for me to handle. I think, pacing my office. I need to find my mate. My Luna, to help me rule my pack. It's been so hard to keep up with my work that I had to ask my Win to help. You're probably thinking that can't be that bad. Right. Wrong. Chef's so annoying and never does anything right. I need distraction right now. I know Aubrey Elizabeth has a concert rehearsal today. I can go check that out. Hopefully her singing is as good as everyone says. Then again, my Win's sister is a fan of her music. Probably why I don't really like it or listen to it often. What my twin and you are total opposites. I leave the pack house and get into my white BMW i8. I love my car. You are such an idiot, mumbles my wolf. Caden. I roll my eyes. I wonder how I got stuck with such a simple wolf. Caden. My car is awesome. And means nothing if you don't find our mate. I decide to block him out. Yes, right. There'll be nothing without my mate. I shake my head and head to the hall. It was a long, silent car ride. I felt so bored. I'm so used to doing something that when I do nothing I get bored. I briskly walked into the hall. The hall looked pretty decent, I guess. It was decorated with a whole bunch of girly decorations. It looked like this, just imagine it was decorated. There's a lot of people walking around aimlessly and others are walking around shouting orders. It looks like some of them are going to burst. It makes me chuckle. I probably look like that when I dark orders. As I am walking around the hall nearing the stage, the most intoxicating scent hits me. It smells like strawberries with a hint of lavender. I see Aubrey Elizabeth singing with Khalifa Ft. Charlie Puth when I see you again. I've never noticed how beautiful she is when my sister goes on about her. I always thought that a girl with blue hair would never be my type. But damn, just the most beautiful girl I've ever set eyes on. The blue hair actually suits her. I was checking her out and I'm pretty sure she was checking me out while singing. Our eyes locked. She had the most captivating light brown eyes. Ones I could stare into for hours and never ever get bored. She's so beautiful and all mine. Go to mate. Shouts an excited Caden in my mind. I hurriedly approach my mate with love and lust in my eyes. I visibly see her gulp in shock. Her shock soon turns into fear. Almost like she just realized who I was. Was I not good enough for her? Then she does something that breaks me completely. She runs. I'm frozen in my stop. Go after her, you fool. Mate's getting away, says an aggravated Caden. As soon as overcome over my shock, I follow her. I run into another wolf. He says, "Who slow down, you can't come in here. It's way too close to Audrey's dressing room." I let out a threatening growl. At that very moment, Caden took control. Listen here, dude, my mate just ran in that direction. So move out of my way, he said using alpha tone through clenched teeth, emphasizing on the word dude. The guy immediately stepped out of our way. I fought with Caden for control. I managed to convince him to give me control, telling him he might make our mate even more scared of us. Why is she so scared of us we won't hurt her? I followed her scent till I was in front of a door. It looked like a dressing room. Suddenly her scent became extremely faint. I broke the door off of its hinges trying to get to her, to make sure she was okay. I barged into the room, to find a girl with her black hair in a messy bun. In an oversized shirt, she was pretty. She was sitting on the floor with a book in her hands. She looked like she was studying. Caden tried to take control again. She took at me tentatively with fear in her eyes. I managed to grit out, "Where is she?" I was referring to my mate. The girl hesitantly pointed to the dressing room's back door. I gave her a small nod and ran out of there trying to find my mate. The door led to a passageway. I could not find my mate's scent and she was nowhere to be seen. I sighed heavily. Caden was furious. "Go back to the dressing room, that girl lied to us." "No, KD, she didn't, we lost our mate." He howled in pain and started whimpering in the back of my mind. I slowly walked to my car. Before getting in, I said under my breath, "I will find you again, mate. Next time I won't let you get away from me, I promise." After saying that, I sped off in the direction of my pack house. I have a meeting with the Alpha whose pack recently moved into this area. HES the Alpha of Lakewood Pack, I'm pretty sure. I got home, finished some Alpha business, then got in bed with one thought on my mind. My beautiful mate. Caden. Had E in response. We don't even know our mate yet and we're already whipped. He simply chucked in response. After our little conversation, I fell into a blissful slumber. Chapter 8 Melody SPOV. I slowly walked into the house. It was strangely quiet. Then I heard whispering. Ashton. Mason, what's wrong with Melody? Your eyes just shifted turquoise. Asked a concerned Jace. Melody, you can come into the living room. We know you're standing there. Says a worried Mason. Ash and Mason see me and engulf me in a hug. We were so worried we felt you feeling panicked and distressed, said Ash, with Mason nodding. You see, my brothers and I share a very unique sibling bond. When one of us are in danger or has a certain emotion flowing through us, the other can feel it. That's not all. When it happens, our eyes shift a certain color. When they feel I'm in danger or my emotions, their eyes turn turquoise. For Ash, Mason and mine's eyes turn dark blue. For Mason, Ashton and mine's eyes turn emerald green. I close my eyes. I ran away from my mate, who happens to be the alpha of the Silver Moon pack. I hear no response, so I open my eyes to find all of them with shocked expression and their mouths wide open. I sigh. Let me start from the beginning. After I tell them about what happened, they all burst out laughing. I can't believe you ran and hid, says Grayson while rolling on the floor from laughing. Why is he laughing? It's not funny. Mel, so you're telling me you ran from your alpha mate? Asks a now serious Mason. I nod. Well, then we have a problem, mutters Jace. I turn to look at him confused. Ash answer my confused face. Alpha Alec of Silvermoon is coming over tomorrow. Mel, he says it slowly, and it slowly sinks in. I put my hands over my face. What now? HES going to be so confused tomorrow if he finds out I'm his mate. He already thinks Aubrey Elizabeth is his mate. Why is my life so complicated? Who says he needs to find out? Replies Grayson nonchalantly with a sly smile. I know the face. Grayson, what are you thinking about? Asks a scared-looking Hunter. Mel can spray herself with scent masking spray and try and stay out of the house. I mean, duh. It's not that hard. One problem, Grayson. I live here. Don't get your panties in a twist, Mel. You can go out tomorrow with your new friends. Another prob. What now? His twin sister is one of my new friends. I stay looking down. They all look at me with open mouths. Viola says, tell them to close their mouths before they catch flies. I block her out. You definitely I have a prob, little sis, says Ash, hugging my shoulders. I'm pretty sure my smart little sister will come up with a great plan. Just make sure he ends up finding out you're his mate. Remember, he could die if he was without his mate for too long. It would be a slow and painful death. I brush Ashton's arm off from around my shoulder. You're not helping, Ash. I shout angrily and stomp upstairs. I bang my room door close and plunk myself onto my bed. I take a pillow and scream my lungs out onto it for a solid 5 minutes. I know I'll just have to spray myself with masking spray for the whole of tomorrow. And instead of being inside the house, I will be outside. I can use me to practice my dance as an excuse. If I'm desperate, I'll even go train. I shudder at the thought. Who knew running from an alpha would be this hard? You shouldn't have ran. You made Alex sad and confused, mumbles and irritated Viola. It's too late now, Viola. I want to tell him I'm his mate, but we'll just end up confusing him more. He thinks Aubrey Elizabeth is his mate, I say, using hand quotations for Aubrey Elizabeth. I sigh loudly. He doesn't know I live a double life. I never knew that living a normal and famous life would come back to bite me in the ass. I actually thought it would make my life a little easier, but no, it made it harder. Ugh. I just shake my head. I decide to get a nice warm shower to rinse my problems away for a while. Half an hour later, I step out of the shower. I wish I could wash my problems away permanently. I walked into my walk-in closet and grab a pair of pajamas. I brush my hair, then let out a yawn. I get into bed with my Greek god of a mate, Alec, on my mind. Before I close my eyes, I thought of a foolproof plan. Well, not exactly foolproof, but it will probably work. I guess you'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out what it is. Chapter 9 Lex POV. I woke up from a restless sleep. All I could think about last night was my beautiful mate. Her blue hair and how perfect she looks. I need to find her. Just the most beautiful girl I've ever set eyes on. That's a lot coming from me since girls usually threw themselves at me. I've never had a girl run from me. I fall out of bed, tangled in the sheets. Face first. My face makes contact with the floor and I hear a loud thud. I try to untangle myself only to trip over myself. I finally managed to untangle myself and go take a shower. I took a short shower. I need to meet Lakewood Pax Alpha today. Joys of being an alpha. Note the sarcasm, yay. I'm only going to this meeting to make sure we have a treaty. After showering, I got dressed into something decent. A black jeans and tight white shirt and my black leather jacket. I slit my hair a couple of times, just to make it look good. I got it into my white BMW. I ate and drive off to meet Alpha Ashton. During the car ride, I realized I have no idea where he lives. I mind-linked Matt, my beta. Matt, where does Alpha Ashton stay? I need to know because I'm heading there now. Matt gives me the directions and I arrived in front of a mansion. It's almost as nice as mine. Mine's just bigger since most pack members live there. I doubt this house can fit his entire pack. I get out of my car and walk over to the front door. I knock on the door and it is opened by a wolf. Can I help you? He asks. I'm Alpha Alec and I'm here for my meeting with Alpha Ashton. I seriously with a straight face. You'll tell Ashton you have arrived. He showed me to the living room where I was asked to take a seat. I waited for the wolf to bring his alpha to me. Ashton's POV, someone knocked on my office door. I told them to come in. In walked Jace. Ash, the alpha of Silvermoon, is waiting for you in the living room. I nodded and he walked out. I soon followed. If I don't like this guy, then there's no way I'm letting him near Mel. What she's my little sister, and if Mason I don't think is good enough and is not. She's all the family we have left other than our cousins. If you look at it like that, you'll understand why we're so overprotective over her. Mason. Alec has arrived. Meet me in the living room. I mind-linked Mason. I walked out of my office. Mason stood outside the living room. I nodded at him and we entered. Alpha Alec stood up quickly and extended his hand to me. Alpha Ashton, I presume. Yes, Alpha Alec. I say, shaking his hand. He doesn't seem that bad. This is my younger brother and Beta Mason. I say, pointing to Mason. They shake each other's hands. Then I hear Mel walking down the stairs. Melody, where are you going? I ask, my overprotective side kicking in. I'm going to the backyard to practice my dancing. She says, entering the room. I notice her scent is different. She must be wearing masking spray. I feel like laughing right now. If I were her, I would have just told Alec everything, taking all that stress off my shoulders. Mason says it's okay. She hugs us and walks out. Who's that? Asked a curious Alec, receiving a glare from Mason. Protective side showing. Just our little sister, he replies. Alec nods slowly and I clap my hands together and say, let's get to work, shall we? Alec nods. As we are walking to my office, he asks, is Mason joining us for the meeting? Yes. We get into my office and begin our discussion. Alexia Ovi. Alpha Ashton entered with someone walking behind him. They look quite alike. No doth Air Brothers, says Katie, rolling his eyes. Does anyone agree that I have the nicest wolf? I stick my hand out to Ashton. He shakes it and introduces himself and his brother and Beta. Mason. We spoke for a while, then Ashton calls a pretty girl. She comes and tells them where she is going. She's not pretty, scratch that she's beautiful. I ask them who she is, which got a glare from Mason. They replied that she's their little sister. They're probably overprotective big brothers. I kinda understand that. I'm older than Ava by a couple of minutes and am just as overprotective over her. I nodded and we headed to Ashton's office. While walking there, I had their sister on my mind. I think they said her name was Melody. Yeah, that's it. We got into his office and started talking about Alpha business. The story of my life, Alpha business. I shake my head. Chapter 10, Melody SPOV. I got out of bed groaning. My head hurts and so does my body. I feel like I didn't even get any sleep. That's what happens when you run away from mate. Hafsa annoyed Viola. It's way too early to listen to you, Viola. I block her out. Today Alec comes over. I get out of bed and go to the shower. I took a quick shower. Wrapping my towel tightly around myself, I went over to my closet. I need clothes that's easy to move around in today. I tapped my chin thinking of something to wear. I eventually found something. Today's outfit consists of red tights with a white top that had a black heart on it. I paired it up with a pair of wedge heels. My hair was messy, so I threw it in a messy bun. I sprayed myself with scent masking spray before going downstairs. I tried to get to the backyard without being noticed, but no such luck. "Melody, where are you going?" calls Ash from the living room. "I'm going to the backyard to practice my dancing," I say, walking into the living room, lifting my shoulders nonchalantly. I notice my mate staring tentatively at me. Let me say he looked extremely gorgeous in black and white. He was wearing a white shirt with black jeans and a leather jacket. He looked damn good. His hair was messy, but I could run my fingers through it all day. "Stop, Mel," I think to myself. I quickly walk out of the living room into the backyard. Once I'm outside, I mutter, "Mel, you can't think like that. He may be your mate, but to him you're not his. He doesn't know about you yet, so stop drooling over him," I tell myself sternly. I hear someone chuckle from behind me. "Talking to yourself again, Mel?" asked a smirking Liam. Liam's one of my 8 cousins I live with. I blush bright crimson. "No," I utter. "You sure see is he says, crossing his arms playfully. Go away, Liam, I need to practice my dancing," I say, shooing him away. I danced for about 1 whole hour, then started getting bored. Grace came outside and asked if I wanted to play the piano while he plays his guitar. I agreed. I had nothing else to do. And also I doubt my brothers will let me leave the house. We went inside into a room we have filled with instruments. I told him to wait a second so that I could apply some masking spray. I quickly ran upstairs and sprayed myself again. I need some extra precautions in case. I came back and we played a song we wrote years ago when we were younger. After the song, we both burst out laughing. I felt eyes staring holes in my back and turned around, only to meet those beautiful brown eyes I have fallen in love with over the space of 1 day. Alec looked at me as if trying to figure me out. I just sent him a friendly smile. Jason, Dylan, another one of my cousins, came into the music room. Dylan said, "Come on, Mel, we're going bowling," smiling brightly. Okay, I got up and walked past Alec. OMG, I nearly brushed his shoulder while walking past him. If I had, he would have figured out I was his mate and I would have had to explain everything. Because he would have felt the sparks. Thank the moon goddess I didn't touch his arm. "Dylan." Jason and I got into Dylan's car. Dylan rides a blue Mercedes-Benz a 45 AMG Sport. Throughout the entire drive, Jace and Dylan had been trying to sing along to SIA Chandelier. Let me tell you that my cousins have terrible vocals. It sounded like cats and dogs dying a long and painful death. I have every right to say that after all they are my cousins and I am a successful singer, so. When the song ended, I switched off the radio station. I sighed. Thank goodness that's over. You know I live with you, but you two can't sing to save your lives. Leave that to me, I say, smiling innocently. They laughed. "Glad to know you can still crack a joke after seeing your mate that you're avoiding today," says Jace with soft smile. My smile instantly fades. My stomach does multiple backflips. Jace sees my expression and its face shows concern. "Too soon, Mel?" he asks worriedly. I nod. "It's okay, Jace. If he was a werewolf, he wouldn't have heard me." We arrived at the bowling alley. Whoever gets to the entrance last is a rotten egg. I shin of the front door. Dylan and Jace come shortly after I did. They glared at me and said, "Really, Mel?" in unison. I just smiled, innocently rocking from one foot to another. We went inside and played a few rounds before going home. The car ride home was silent. I fell asleep in the car on the way home. Dylan picked me up bridal style and tucked me in bed. I slept in the clothes I wore today. I was way too tired to care. Just before going off into dreamland, I thought I need to find a way to tell Alec and his mate. Then the darkness took over. I was in dreamland. Chapter 11 Melody SPOV. Sunday went by the blink of an eye. Literally, I woke up on Monday feeling groggy. I scratched my eyes. I did my normal morning routine. My Monday outfit consisted of blue jeans, a sleeveless pink floral top, and a cream shirt to wear over the floral one. I added flower earrings and a flower ring. I grabbed a bag that matched my top and cream pumps. I added pale pink lipstick at myself in the mirror, then skipped downstairs and headed straight to the kitchen. I walked into the kitchen humming. I got out the milk and made myself some tea. All 10 of the guys in the kitchen stared at me shocked. I tilted my head in confusion. "You're humming in the morning and don't look as grumpy as us, Al," said Austin slowly, like he was choosing his words carefully. "Who are you and what have you done with my little sister?" said Ash in a mocking tone. "Ya," added Mason. I rolled my eyes at them. "Just causin' in a good mood this morning means nothing. You're in a good mood 'cause you're seeing your mate today," says a smirking Liam. Right now I'd love to wipe that smirk off his face. I blushed slightly. Ash and Mason have just turned into my overprotective brothers thanks to Liam. Nope, scratch that, the 9 other guys in the room have just turned on their overprotective mode. I drank the tea I had made during the conversation with my family, grabbed an apple and drove to school. When I arrived at school I saw a white BMW i8. I recognized the car because it's what I want for my birthday. I smelled my mate and was happy I remembered to spray myself with masking spray. I headed straight to my locker. Ava was by her locker. "Hey Eva." Mel says, a tired-looking Ava. "Ava, are you okay? You look like you're gonna pass out." "I'm fine, just a little tired," she replies, biting her bottom lip. "She's lying." "Come on, Ava, tell me the truth." Fine," she stutters. "I found my mate this weekend and he rejected me to be with a slut," she says venomously while closing her eyes. "You what?" "And he did what?" asks as furious-looking Alec through clenched teeth. Then Ava runs. He tries to grab her arm but she's too fast. She runs straight into the girls' bathroom, ignoring our calls. "They'll get her out of the bathroom, you wait." He right tell her twin brother. Alec softly. "Aka my mate." Before he could reply, I was into the girls' room. There was only one stall that had a locked door. I knocked softly on it. "Ava, let me in, please." I hear her sobbing loudly. "Ava, let me in or I will break the door down. But I'm a werewolf, I have super strength." She slowly opens the door. She falls in my arms from crying. I hug her and whisper sweet nothing in her ear until she calmed down a little. I take her outside to talk to her brother. He was standing leaning against my locker waiting for her. "Ava, tell your brother what happened and don't make up some excuse to why you're not in class, okay?" Ava nods her head and pull me in for a hug. I hug her back. "Everything's gonna be alright," I say, squeezing her arm and sending her a reassuring smile. Then I walk off to class, leaving Alec and Ava to talk. Alex POV. I get to school at about 8:15 am. I park my car and to the spot where I meet my 2 best friends every morning. My best friends are Matt and Eric. Matt is my beta and Eric is my third in command. I get to them and we do hug each other. We chat for a while, then I leave because I need to talk to Ava. I go to A's locker and I hear her tell her friend, who looks like Ashton's sister, "I found my mate this weekend and he rejected me to be with a slut," says Ava with a lot of venom. "You what?" I say, hurt that my win didn't tell me this. "And he did what?" I ask curiously through gritted teeth. "How dare that asshole reject my sister? For some slut. If I get hold of him, he will be 6 feet under in a matter of seconds." Ava turns around and sees me. She runs in the direction of the girls' bathroom. I try to stop her by grabbing her arm but fail. She's fast. Me and her friend, Melody, I think her name, calls Ava but she ignores us. "They'll get her out of the bathroom, you wait here," says the soft voice of Melody. She doesn't give me a chance to reply. Before I know it, she's in the bathroom as well. They come out almost 10 minutes later and I'm leaning against a locker, with Melody giving Ava a side hug, which looks like it's the only thing keeping Ava upright. They walked till they are in front of me. "Ava, tell your brother what happened and he'll make up some excuse to why you're not in class, okay?" Ava nods her head and hugs Melody, who returns the hug. I wait patiently for them to finish. Melody's a good friend helping my sister. I should probably thank her for getting Ava out of the bathroom later. Everything's gonna be alright. He didn't deserve you, says Melody after their hug, squeezing her arm. Melody gives Ava a warm smile before heading over to her class. I stare at my twin waiting for an explanation, tapping my foot on the floor. This better be good. I can guarantee that someone will die today. I'm out for blood. Whoever you are that broke my sister's heart, you'll die if I ever see you. Chapter 12, Alex POV. At this current moment, I want to rip that asshole apart. Limb from limb. You have no idea how much I would enjoy that. I know it sounds dark. Ava told me everything. I was on the verge of shifting and going after him to end his life. He's so lucky I have this much self-control. The lowlife who rejected my sis is no other than Alex, the school's quarterback. HES quite popular. Not nearly as popular as me and my friends threw. He's the beta of a pack that goes to our school. I boxed the locker I was standing next to, breaking the door off. Ava gasped. Alec, that's my locker. I rolled my eyes and calmly say, I'm taking you home. With that I drag her to my car. We get outside and I shove her gently into the car. The car ride home was silent, and Ava didn't attempt to make any conversation. I was glad because I needed time to think. Ava's POV after Melody left to go to class. I stood there staring at my brother for a while, wondering how I should break the news to him. Alec became impatient. I'm waiting, Ava, he says, tapping his foot. I sigh heavily. It's now or never. Flashback: yesterday I went to Starbucks and smelled this amazing scent. My wolf went mad knowing it's our mate. I looked around for him only to find my mate, Alex, kissing the school slut in front of me. I knew he sensed me, but that didn't stop him. I saw them and gasped. He stopped kissing her and said, I hope you didn't think it changed for you, he said, sorry. I just stared at him with tears in my eyes. He sighed and said, I, Alex Green, reject to Ava Silvermoon as my mate and future bait, a female of Half Moon Pack. He said all of this nonchalantly, like it didn't affect him at all. I ran out of Starbucks and into my car. Before leaving, I turned to face him and said, I accept your rejection. That whipped the smirk right off his face. I knew he wasn't expecting it. If he thinks he can hurt me and I can take, she is sadly mistaken. I calmed myself down and slowly drove home. When I got home, I raced off to my room. I avoided anyone who saw me. End of flashback. Ava, I'm so sorry, says Alec, hugging me. It's okay, it's not your fault. Plus, it's all over now. I say, brushing him off. When I see that asshole, you will sow nothing. You'll get a second chance, mate, and well, forget all about him, okay? I ask, cutting him off. I stated it with no room for argument. He nodded. If you weren't my sister, I would use alpha tone on you. Too bad it doesn't do anything since I'm your twin. I say, sticking my tongue out, immature lie. What I actually am younger, so I'm kinda meant to be the immature one of the two of us. We get into his car and go home. I hope my second chance mate turns out better than the first. Oh moon goddess, please give me a kind-hearted second chance mate. One who won't reject me for a slut. Melody SPOV. I skipped first period since it was basically over. But there was only 5 minutes left. And I didn't want a detention. If I get detention, I'll never hear the end of it from my brothers. Ava didn't turn up after that. I suspected she went home. I hope she's doing okay. I mean, when your mate rejects you, you feel like a part of you dies. It must feel terrible. I think while walking into the cafeteria. What will I tell the girls? That she went home because she was feeling ill. I need to think of something, and fast. I see the girls and sit at our new table. Where's Ava? Asks Brooklyn. I shrug. She wasn't in class for any of the classes I had with her. Must be sick or something. They all just nod. I, in relief. I know I just lied to them, but it's secret to tell. It's Ava's choice whether she wants them to know or not. It's not my decision to make. I'm just glad she could confide in me. Just then I got a text from Ava. Hey, thanks for giving me a shoulder to cry on this morning. I really appreciate it. PLZ, don't tell the others. I want to be the one to tell them. You're the best, Mel. Key. Thanks for making me talk to my bro, it helped, I replied with. Hey, it's no prob, Ava. I'm really glad I could help. I hope you feel better and come to Shang. Remember that guy is not worth her tears. You'll get a better second chance, mate, don't worry. I would never tell the girls why not Ash. It's her secret to tell. I'm glad you and Durbro spoke. Call me if you ever need anyone to talk to or a shoulder to cry on. I'm always here. I sent the text. School dragged on. I have so much homework, not to mention I have a concert to prepare for. The concert is on Friday. I hope Alec will be there so I can tell him and his mate. Now all I need to do is think of a good way to tell him the truth. Yeah, this just makes more work for me. Great. I almost killed my sister's ex-boyfriend to protect her. Chapter 13 A Lex POV. About an hour into my work, a soft knock interrupted my concentration. Come in, I called out, looking up to see my father, the ex-alpha of our pack, enter the room. I heard about what happened to Ava yesterday. He began, his voice laced with concern. I'm not happy that that lowlife rejected my baby girl. But you need to talk to her. Alec, you're her twin, her other half. She obviously trusts you more than me or your mother. Tell her that he didn't deserve her and shall get a better mate. I nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on my shoulders. I will. Dad, it's just, I don't know what to say to her. I admitted, pacing the office restlessly. The emotional terrain felt unfamiliar and treacherous. It's not like work kids anymore and talk to each other about stuff like this like it's normal. I sighed, dragging my hand over my face before collapsing onto the couch. My father's voice softened. Just talk to her. Alec, she is your twin. She might not admit it, but she needs you. With those parting words, he left me alone with my thoughts. Sitting at my desk, I contemplated the situation. The asshole who rejected Ava would pay for hurting her, regardless of her protest. An alpha like myself could easily put him in his place. Ava deserved better than to be a mere beta female. She had all the qualities of a Luna: kindness, compassion, and a nurturing spirit. Despite my occasional complaints about her methods, I knew she was capable of greatness. With a heavy sigh, I made my way to Ava's room. After a soft knock, I heard her quiet come in. As I entered, I found her sitting at the foot of her bed, staring blankly into space, the pain of rejection evident in her posture. I sit next to her and say, "You don't deserve a title as low as beta female. You should be nothing less than a Luna." I don't care about my title, Alec. I just want a caring mate who will always put me first. She sighs heavily. I can't believe I cried over that jerk, and that I got stuck with him for a mate. She laughs bitterly. Why, moon goddess? Why, she questions, looking up. Ava, you know I'm here for you if you need anything. I'm willing to listen. You're my little sister, and I want to be there when you need me. I say, giving her a side hug. She smiles at me. You're only 5 minutes older than me, she exclaims, hitting my shoulder lightly. I chuckled. I miss this. What? I ask curiously. Us being able to talk like we used to. I nod in agreement. After my chat with Ava, I went back down to my office. I need to think of a way to find my mate. I start pacing again. Then Ava walks in. Did you make Melody come fetch me, or did she do it out of her own? I shake my head, smiling. I didn't tell her to sew anything. She did it out of her own. She told me she would fetch you and to wait by the locker. Ava smiles and hugs me. Thanks for not scaring my new best eye away. I laugh and she leaves me alone with my thoughts again. I wonder if my mate's thinking about me at this exact moment, because lately she's all I think about. I can't wait to find her again. Doesn't she have a concert this Friday? Asks an excited Caden. Yeah, I think so. What are you waiting for? Buy tickets so you can see her and make sure she doesn't run this time. Show her we aren't as scary as she thinks. He says, great idea, KD. I'm going to find you soon, my beautiful mate. Sooner than you think. I think, smiling to myself. I went to bed early tonight feeling tired because of all the events that happened today. Melody SPOV, I finally came up with the perfect plan. Hopefully everything goes according to plan. My plan is, on Friday at my concert, if Alex shows up, I will somehow draw him out of the crowd. Get him alone and tell him about my double life. This will all be after the concert. Obviously. All I have to do is think of a way to draw him out of the crowd and to follow me. I just hope he doesn't reject me because of how complicated my life is. Then I'll explain to him why I ran away. This better work out because it's stressing me out big time. I think, fanning my face with my hand. Friday better come fast so I can get this over with. I really hope Ava's doing fine. I can't even imagine what she must be going through. I hope she knows I'm here if she needs me. I run downstairs and tell my brothers and cousins about my plan. They think it's good enough to work and are willing to help me. I just need their help with Alec. They're sorted, let's just hope everything goes well. Chapter 14, Melody SPOV. I woke up today and did the same as always. Got dressed and went downstairs. My brothers and cousins were strangely quiet. Something must be off. Normally they would tell me. Maybe it's just my imagination. I just shake off the feeling. I got into my car and sped off to school. When I arrived, I noticed a huge crowd surrounding some people. I, like many others, went to see what was up. Only to find Alec, and I think his name is Alex, bad-mouthing each other and trying to tackle each other. They were fighting. Alec was obviously winning. I'm not just saying that because he's my mate. He is an alpha and I'm pretty sure Alex is a beta. My tie ad my mate looks mighty fine beating the crap out of Alex. I hear Alec venomously say, "You'll regret rejecting my sister Alex. Almost as much as regretting the day you were born." But that he throws a couple of punches at Alex. After the second punch, Alex was on the floor coughing out blood. Alex started kicking him in the stomach. I can't watch this. I know he deserves it, but this isn't right. What do I do? Break up the fight. But there is something chance I will get punched. Alex stands up weakly, throwing a punch at Alec, who easily dodges it. Before Alec can throw another punch at Alex, I use my werewolf speed to stand in front of Alex. Alec, he's not worth beating up. He broke your sister's heart. Don't stoop down to his level. He's an asshole, don't turn into one too. I say everything calmly. Alec doesn't reply, so I turn to Alex. Get out of here. I grit out. He quickly scrambles away. If he were in wolf form, his tail would be in between his legs. I turn back to Alec. He stares at me tentatively. Everyone who was standing around and cheering me on fight stares at me wide. I'd like him mad. All I did was stop a massive fight. Are you stupid to get yourself in the middle of a fight? Asks a furious Alec. I laugh him off. Do you honestly think that punch would have done much to me? I have alpha blood. I could have easily dodged it. Also, I know I can stop it because I live with 10 guys. They fight a lot and it's always physically. And I'm always the one to break up their fights. He stares at me blankly. They taught me how to fend for myself. So you punching me wouldn't have done much. If you say so, he says, walking into the school. Alexi Ovi. Hey Alec, who was that hot chick that broke up the fight? Asks a curious Matt. I don't know, calling Melody hot makes me angry. I wonder why. I have a mate. I shake the feeling. Jess Alpha Ashton's sister. I didn't know he had a sister. Well, he does. Is she lacking brain cells? She just tried to top a fight between an alpha and beta. She lives with 10 guys and apparently knows how to separate a fight. I say, shrugging my shoulders. She clearly knows what she's doing. She was successful. Adds Eric, finally joining our conversation. Ya skipped a Friday. The rest of the week dragged on since my fight with Alex on Tuesday. It's now Friday morning. I want school to end soon so I can go see my mate. She's performing tonight. And I will finally see her again, and this time I will talk to her. I won't let her run, and I'll make sure she's safe in my arms one way or another. I arrived at school. I had to give Matt a lift. Unfortunately for me, his car broke down yesterday, and I became his chauffeur. Yeah, I note the sarcasm. Amazing how an alpha can become a chauffeur who's beta. Today only started and I feel like it's never going to end. I just want to get through school so I can see my beautiful mate. During lunch. My friends and I sat in the cafeteria. Then Ashley, one of the school's biggest sluts, came walking up to us. "Hey baby," she said in a seductive voice, running her really long witch-like nails down my arm. I mean it, she has mega long nails, it's disgusting. I remove her arm and say, "Don't touch me, you slut. Baby, I'm so hurt that's no way to treat and talk to your Luna. That does it. She's a dead she-wolf." I took her by the neck and held her against the wall. "You will never be my Luna, you worthless slut. Don't call me baby or come near me ever again. Otherwise, next time I won't hesitate to kill you." I grit out. I wish I could say Caden took control of me, but that would be a complete lie. After that, I let go of her and she falls to the floor. I grab my bag and leave school. It's not over, but whatever, I can't stand it here. Who does she think she is? That bitch calling herself my mate. Hate to break it to you, but Imtik and I have a beautiful mate, and I would never reject her, no matter what. And I would definitely not reject her for a slut like Ashley. Especially when my mate has actually natural beauty and doesn't look like a fake Barbie doll. Chapter 15, Melody's POV. It's finally Friday. I'm so nervous. At school today, some slut walked up to my mate. She talked to him with a seductive voice, while running her hideously long nails down his arm. It me just say, "Damn, Alec has amazing muscles on his arm." She said something about her being his Luna. I had to suppress a loud and vicious growl. Then he lost it. He took her by the neck and held her up against the wall. He told her that she would never be his Luna and to never come near him again. At that moment, I wanted to go and kiss him. He basically told her to get lost because her found his mate. I'm so proud of him. Right now, I'm getting ready for my concert. I honestly hope things go well. My outfit consisted of a black leather jacket, with a longish white top underneath, then a white strapless shirt and black leggings. I put on a chunky necklace and a pair of sunglasses on my shirt. I decided to put some earrings in too. I put my blue wig on and did my makeup. My makeup consisted of winged eyeliner, soft pink lipstick, and some blush. I'm seriously not a big fan of makeup. I prefer natural beauty. I look at myself in the mirror and say, "It's now or never." Then I walk out onto stage. I breathe in and out before walking on stage. "Hello, New York." I scream. The crowd cheers me on. I'm so happy to be performing in front of such an awesome audience. Then I start singing. While singing, I scan the crowd, looking for one face in particular. I see him and our eyes locked. I mind-linked the guys, her brothers and cousins. He came. I say excitedly. I can literally imagine them all smirking right now. Ugh, boys. I sing for about 1.5 hours. The crowd has been singing with me. They sing along to all my songs. Then I decided to sing a new song I wrote recently. After that, I shouted, "Good night, New York. You're an amazing audience. Don't forget that," I say before walking off stage. Austin and to run up to me. "HES following you." They breathe out in unison while panting. Probably from running. I nod. It's gonna happen. They walk away. Not even a minute later, I'm being pinned against the wall. In front of me stands a sexy-looking Alec. He looks great, purrs Viola. "Get your head out of the clouds, Viola." Alec takes his arms and cages me in between them. "Why did you run from me, mate?" he asks, sounding sad and offended, while nuzzling my neck. And my breathing becomes hitched in the back of my throat. "You what?" he asks, smirking. I feel electricity when we touch. We don't even know each other and the mate bond is strong. I stare at him. He pecks me on the lips. "Cat's got your tongue." I shake my head. "I need to talk to you, but not here," I say, dragging him into my dressing room and locking the door. By the way, I locked the door in case anybody walks in and I'm not wearing my wig. I didn't lock it for any other reason. He looks at me confused. "I ran when I found out you were my mate because I live a double life," I say, looking down. "And why is that a problem?" "Love," he asks, lifting my chin and tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. I turn around and say, I ran because I thought you would reject me if I told you who I really was. Alex spins me around so that I'm facing him again. I don't care about any of that, you're my mate. I can see he means it in his eyes. I see pure love in his eyes. I sigh and take off my wig. My real name's Melody and an Alpha Ashton's little sister. He smiles down at me since he's a head taller, then crashes his lips onto mine. I instantly kiss him back, loving the feeling of his lips on mine. He wraps his arms around my waist. When we need air, we break the kiss and put our foreheads together, breathing heavily. Wow, I say. He just smiles, then pecks my lips again. If you're my mate, then why didn't I recognize you as my mate when I was at your house? You see. He stares at me, waiting for an explanation. I used masking spray because I was afraid I'd confusing you. So I decided to wait until my concert to tell you. I say, messing around with my fingers. He just laughs. You have no idea how long I've waited to see you again. I thought you ran because I was good enough. That's not true, I say, pecking him on the cheek. It's the other way around. He growls. You're perfect and don't ever tell yourself otherwise. Says I think he's wolf. I suddenly feel scared. Sorry, love. My wolf took control, I didn't mean to scare you. I nod. What's your wolf's name? I ask shyly. His name is Caden and he went mad without you. He says, smiling. I'm still in his arms, so I put my head on his chest. I unlocked the door after changing into other clothing. What I don't need people finding out, I'm Aubrey Elizabeth. Alec and I are instantly bombarded with millions of questions. You'll never guess who asked those questions. All my brothers and cousins. They're extremely overprotective. I hid me face in Alec's chest from pure embarrassment. Alec simply chuckles at me. Couldn't they wait to do this later? Oh boys. After being questioned by my brothers and cousins, as an Alec and I decided to go to the movies. As we walk to his car, I say, sorry about them. They're just extremely overprotective since I'm the only girl. It's okay, love, says Alec, white chuckling. We get into his white BMW i8. This is your car? I ask excitedly. Yep, why? I've been eyeing this car for forever, it's the next car I want. I say, smiling from ear to ear. Good to know. He opens the car door for me, and I get in. He quickly walks over to the other side of the car and gets in. We sat in silence. It was awkward silence, it was nice. He took my one hand and kissed it, then intertwined our fingers together. Chapter 16a, Lex POV. I finally found her. I think while driving us to the movies. I don't care that she lives a double life. She's perfect in every way. She ran away because she was scared about telling me who she really is. I love her and everything about her. It's a good thing she's friend with my sister, otherwise I might have had a problem. My sister can be very vocal with who she doesn't like. We arrived at the movies after a silent car ride. I get out and go open the door for my mate Melody. I help her out and intertwined our fingers. I love the way her hand fits mine perfectly. I know mates are perfect for each other, but I didn't know in what ways. I guess you'll find out soon. We walk into the movies. I love having my Melody close. What movie would you like to watch, Melody? I ask her while nuzzling her neck. I don't mind. Alec, I love the way she says my name. It sends shivers down my spine. Okay, I go buy us tickets and popcorn. I'm taking her to watch a horror movie, so if she gets scared, she will cuddle up with me. She'll end up hiding her head in my chest again. I love holding her. Her body fits perfectly into mine. But it's the only way to get her close to me and to get her in my arms. The best part is that she's all mine and I'm all hers. I would never hurt her. She's my Luna, my everything. My world. We walk into the cinema, hand in hand. We sit right at the back of the cinema, our fingers still intertwined. 10 minutes later, Melody is screaming and jumping in her seat. I scoop her up and put her in my lap. Sparks immediately shoot through my body. She instantly sticks her head in my neck, hiding her face from the movie. I kinda feel bad for making her watch this now. Melody, are you okay? I asked, genuinely concerned. I'm fine, she stutters out in fear. Do you want to go watch something else? No, I want to stay here in your arms, I smile because I loved her reply. Her reply has officially made my day. After the movie, I carried her out of the cinema bridal style. Alec, please put me down. I can walk, I have perfectly fine legs, she says, getting annoyed. I shake my head. Please, people are starting to stare. Fine, but next time let them stare. She rolls her eyes. Please, she asks with puppy dog eyes. I mumbled a soft fine and put her down, connecting our hands once more. After the movies, I took her home. I walked her to the door and kissed her. She responded immediately. I love the feeling of her lips on mine. They're so soft. I walked her inside and tucked her in bed. She do set off almost immediately. I kissed her forehead. Night, princess. I quietly shut her room door and tried to find her brothers. I walked around for a while before seeing Ashton. Ashton, I need to speak to you and Mason about Melody. I need to speak to you too. Let's go to my office. I'll tell Mason to meet us there. I nod. We walk into his office to find Mason already waiting for us. Okay, Alec, we have one rule. Don't hurt our little sister. I wouldn't dream of it. What did you want to talk about? Asks Ashton, curious eye. I wanted to know if you two are okay with Melody moving in with me. It's not really up to us, it's Mel's decision, answers Mason. Oh, I know, I just wanted to ask you first to know if it's okay. We guess so, says Mason, looking at Ashton. But she can come here whenever she wants to, adds Mason. I nod and shake their hands before saying goodnight. Tomorrow I ask Melody to move in with me. Hopefully she'll say yes. I want her close, so I can keep an eye on her and protect her. I also really enjoy her company. Also, in case any rogue acts happen, I want to know she's safe. She'll be safer in my pack than in this one. She's safer with me than she is with anyone. We found her, KD. I say to my wolf. I know. He replies, giving me a wolfy smile. Chapter 17. Melody's POV. I woke up this morning feeling excited. I quickly got dressed and did my every morning routine. My outfit today consisted of a maroon shirt tucked into a black skirt. I tried a black and white check shirt around my waist. I put on a necklace and some bangles. I put some black wedges on. I decided to leave my hair in its natural wavy state. I skipped downstairs. As always, I headed to the kitchen. In the kitchen, I found not only my brothers and cousins but also my mate. Alec was here. I run up to him and hugged him. He immediately wrapped his arms around me. I missed you, he whispered in my hair. I just smiled because I missed him too. Eventually, I pulled away. What, no hug for the rest of us? Asked Hunter. I just shake my head no in reply. I ate something, then asked. Not to be rude, Alec, but what are you doing here? I came to pick you up. You're going to meet my parents. Your parents? I asked, swallowing hard. Alec just nodded. Don't worry, they will love you, he says, wrapping his arms around my waist and planting a kiss on my temple. I relax at his touch and let the sparks fly through my body. It's an amazing feeling. We arrived at Alec's pack house not long after. Into shaking from nervousness. What if his parents don't like me? What if they don't think I'm good enough for their son? As if sensing my distress, Alec takes a hold of my hand and squeezes it in a comforting manner. I breathe in before stepping into his mansion. It's really beautiful. I can't even imagine what the inside looks like. We slowly walk inside. It probably looks just as nice. Maybe even better. I walk in and am stunned. The inside is even more beautiful than the outside. They have a staircase. Alec reads my facial expression and says, "Do you like it?" "I love it," I reply in awe. Then descends a pretty middle-aged woman from the one staircase. She walks down till in front of Alec and I. "Mother, this is my mate, Melody." She looks at me and her smile automatically brightens. She pulls me into a hug. Claire, Alec's mother. "It's great to meet you, dear," she says warmly. She pulls away from the hug, then shouts, "Logan, our son finally found his mate." Then in comes a middle-aged man, looking quite a lot like Ava. I guess Alec looks more like his mother and Ava looks more like her father. Alec once again introduces me. His father looks scary but smiles brightly at me. then surprisingly pulls me into a hug. "She's beautiful," says Alec's father, sounding serious. "I will," replies Alex, staring at me with a loving expression and love in his eyes. Claire calls Ava down. "Ava, honey, come eat your twins, mate." Ava walks down the stairs, sees me, and runs to me, engulfing me in a hug. "Melody, I'm so glad you're my brother's mate," exclaims Ava. I smile warmly at her. I feel arms snake around my waist. I smile up at Alec. He puts his chin on my head. "Ava, don't scare her away with your excitement," he mumbles. I laugh. Claire speaks again. "So Ava, you know Melody?" "Yes, she's my new bestie, Mom. She's the one who helped me on Monday and got me to talk to Alec." Claire smiles at me. "Well, let's have lunch," says Claire. Lunch was great. Alec's parents seem nice. They've really welcomed me and Ava and are even closer now. Right now, cuddled up on his bed watching Netflix. "Melody," my hummed in response. "I was wondering if you wanted to move in with me," asks Alec nervously. He's so cute when he's nervous. I just want to pinch his cheeks. Instead of answering him, I crash my lips onto his. "When we break apart," he asks. "Is that a yes?" I nod. "Can I move in tomorrow?" Alec has the biggest smile on his face right now. "Of course." "Wait, what are my brothers gonna say?" I ask Alec. "Don't worry, I spoke to them last night. They said it was up to you." I lightly punched him on the shoulder. "You're sneaky." "Yes, I am, but you love me anyway," he says, childishly sticking his tongue out. I laugh. "I love your laugh," he says, staring at me tentatively. It's starting to make me feel very self-conscious. So I look down. He lifts my chin and kisses me again. I love his kisses. It always leaves me wanting more. We break away soon after, placing our foreheads together. We watched some Netflix but fell asleep. I woke up with a strong arm around my waist. I looked at the time. It was late. "Alec, wake up," I say, shaking him slightly. His grip around me only tightens. Then I kiss him to wake him up. He replies almost immediately. "How did I know that would work? I could wake up to this every day," he says, smirking. I just shake my head and tell him I need to go home because it's late. He argues, saying I should stay, but takes me home anyway. If I don't go home, my brothers will most likely send out a search party for me. I know it's a lot and overboard, but they do it because they think I was kidnapped by rogues. You know, with me being a white wolf, they're even more overprotective. Chapter 18, Melody's POV. Today's the day I move in with Alec. I'm so excited. Right now, I'm packing all my bags. I'm gonna miss living here. I'm probably going to miss my brothers and cousins more. I know I complain about them being overprotective, but they're the only family I have left. And I'm all they have left. I finally finish packing and try to close my suitcase. "Need some help?" asks Alec, leaning against my door frame. I nod. He comes up to me and pecks me on the lips before zipping up my suitcase with ease. That's not fair. I've been struggling, and he does it with such ease. Then grabs my hand and leads me downstairs. "Alec, what about my bags?" I ask curiously. "Don't worry, Mel. I'll get someone to pick them up and put them in your room," he says nonchalantly, kissing my nose. I shake my head and giggle. We go into the kitchen. The room suddenly goes all quiet as we enter. "Look, guys, I know you don't want me to go. But how do I explain why I should go and not stay?" I say, dragging me hands down my face. Ashton comes up to me and engulfs me in a hug. "We know, lil sis. Well, miss having you around," he says, kissing my forehead. After our hug, Mason engulfs me into a hug. "Be careful, please, Mel. We're here if you need us. Always." "I know," I said into his chest. I turned to both my brothers quickly, and their eyes shift turquoise and mine shifted green and blue, before shifting back to its original eye color. Our turns to say bye, said all 8 of my cousins in unison. Grayson came up to me first and gave me a hug that pulled us arm's length apart. "I'm gonna miss annoying the hell out of you." I laugh. "But I'm also gonna miss your singing and when we play music together." I look up at him and smile. "Me too." Next, Hunter pulled me in for a hug. "Who's gonna break up all the stupid fights we have now? And who's gonna calm us down when we're together angry to talk?" I break away from the hug, and I start singing. I'm only one call away. He'll be there to save the day. Superman got nothing on me. I'm only one call away. Then I say, Hunter, I seriously mean it. All you'll need to do is call and I'll be there. Okay, and he nods. Dylan comes up to me and says, I won't hug you because if I do I won't let him take you. He says, pointing at Alec. I chuckle. I'll miss you to Dylan. He just gives me a sad smile. Jay stands on the other side of the kitchen counter looking very unhappy. No hug, Jace, I ask in a joking manner. He comes up to me and says, he said my full name. Normally he just calls me Mel. I thought, you're one of the only reasons we're so close, and that we've always stuck together. I smile. I am and always will be. That will never change no matter where I live, or who I live with. He releases me from the hug and smiles down at me, then gives me another quick squeeze. I know I always said I wanted you gone, but I don't know how we'll survive without you, little Mel, says Ander honestly. He pulls me into a hug. After the hug he turns to Alec. Take care of her or else, he says in a very threatening tone. Overprotective. I roll. Liam comes to me and wraps his arms around me. I'm gonna miss you, Mel. Everyone here is. Remember to be yourself always. And remember everything we taught you now that you're Luna. He pulls me arm's length apart and smiles. You've always made us proud. Ever since that day. He says it carefully like he's trying to make sure I won't break down. I give him a sad smile. That day he was referring to was the day my parents died. One of the worst days of our lives. By the mention of it, everyone at the room tense, then quickly relaxed. Trying to make sure Alec didn't pick up on it, but I'm pretty sure he did. Chase stands a couple of feet away from me and says, I can't believe my little cousin is leaving. Without all of us. Can I at least have a hug? He nods and gives me a quick hug before going up to his room. He's not really one to talk about his feelings easily. Like he won't talk to one of the guys. I'm the only exception. I sigh and I watch his retreating figure go up the stairs. Austin hugs me and says, You know he'll be fine, Mel. I just sigh heavily. We're always here, Mel. And anyone who messes with you still and always will mess with us. I nod in his chest. And laugh. They'll never change. Then I hear Rash yell, Goodbye, group hug. All of a sudden in the middle of this group hug. I'll laugh. I'm gonna miss them so much. I say bye to all of them. Then Alec leads me to his car and we drive to his home. Or should I call it my new home? I don't know yet. I guess we'll have to see how this goes. Chapter 19a Alex POV. I drove Melody to our house. During the drive the radio was on and Mel started singing along. She has this amazing melodic voice. Just perfect in every way. I can't help but think one day she'll sing to our children. She'll sing them to sleep. That thought puts a massive smile on my face. We got to the house and she was immediately pulled into a hug by my mother. It's great to see you again, Melody. Melody laughs at my mother. It's great to see you again too. But you're going to be seeing a lot more of me. My mother pulls away from the hug and gives Melody a puzzled look. I'm moving in. My mother's eyes widen and she engulfs Melody into another hug. I pull my mother and Melody apart. Don't break her, Mom. My mother rolls her eyes at me and says, Melody, dear, if you need any help moving and just ask. Melody nods and my mother walks off. She's probably going to talk to some of the females in the pack. Your mother's so welcoming, says Melody looking straight at me. I chuckle. She likes youth, that's why. Melody and I walk up the stairs hand in hand. We see a few pack members along the way. They all bow their heads slightly at me. We get to the top floor of the house. Only my beta. Third and I are on this floor, along with our offices. I tell Melody. She nods. We walk down the hall until we're in front of my room. I don't want to rush you into sleeping in the same bed as me, so I put you in a room directly across from mine. Melody smiles and gives me a kiss on the cheek. Thank you. Now go get settled into your new room. He'll be in my office if you need me. I kissing her forehead, then walking off. Melody's POV. My new room is beautiful and big. The walls were pearl white. There was a queen-size bed in the middle of the room. It had pale pink and white bedding on it. Directly across the bed was a flat-screened TV and a fireplace under the TV. There was a couch and 2 armchairs. There are 2 doors in the room. I'm guessing they led to a bathroom and closet. I spent my time packing my stuff away and looking at the view of the forest from my bedroom window. Then 2 strong arms hugged me from the back. I instantly know it's Alec because of the tingles. Beautiful view, isn't it? I sigh and nod. Come on, it's time for dinner. We walk down hand in hand. Dinner was nice. Everyone was asking me questions. Eventually Alec got irritated with them for asking questions and told them to stop. I didn't mind, they're just curious. After dinner Alec and I watched some TV. At about 12 am I got up and went to go sleep. Alec's POV. I was woken up by soft whimpering. I heard it and got up to go see if Melody was okay. I walked into her room. I found her rolling around in the bed whimpering. She must be having a nightmare. I walked up to her bed and sat down next to her sleeping figure. I shake her slightly, trying to wake her up. Her eyes flutter open and she sits up. Are you okay? You're shaking and you are whimpering in your sleep. I'm fine, it was just a nightmare. Well, I'm staying here with you so that it doesn't happen again. Okay. Melody just nods. It doesn't look like she has enough energy to talk right now. I get into her bed and wrap my arms around her. She rests her head in my chest and, before I know it, she's sleeping. Her breathing is calm. Soon darkness overtakes me as well. I'm pretty sure I fell asleep with a smile on my face, because my mate is in my arms where she belongs. Melody's POV. After leaving Alec to go to bed, I struggled to fall asleep. Once I fall asleep, I wanted to wake up. I had a nightmare about the day my parents were killed. I always get that nightmare. It never seems to go away. It's like a reminder that they'll come for me. I felt someone gently shake me. My eyes fluttered open only to come face to face with Alec. I instantly sit up. Are you okay? You're shaking and you are whimpering in your sleep, says a worried-looking Alec. I'm fine, it was just a nightmare. Well, I'm staying here with you so that it doesn't happen again, okay? All I can do is nod. I don't have any energy to argue with Alec now. Alec slowly climbs into my bed. Once HES inside, he wraps his arms around my waist, pulling me closer to him. I put my head in his chest and I easily fall asleep in my mate's arms. In his arms I feel safe, like nothing can hurt me. I know he'll do everything in his power to keep me safe. Chapter 20 Melody's POV. I woke up only to come face to face with Alec's sleeping form. For a moment I'm confused on why he is in my bed. But then the memories of last night come crashing down on me. I had that same dream that keeps me up at night, that deprives me of sleep. It also reminds me that I'm the reason they are dead. I'm the reason my parents died. I shake my head and return to my reality. I stare up at his gorgeous face. He has an extremely sharp jawline. It could probably give me a paper cut. He looks so peaceful in his sleep. Makes me wonder if he actually is the alpha of the strongest pack. He looks so peaceful, like he can't even hurt a fly. I trace the features on his face. I get to his lips and his eyes suddenly opens. His lips twitch upwards into a massive smile. Can't get enough of me, can you? He asks cocky. I blush. I probably look like a tomato. He takes my chin and lifts it up to at him again. I didn't say I had a problem with that, love. I could wake up like this every day. Princess. He smirks before his lips crash onto mine. He pulls away after a while. I pout. He stands up, then I finally notice. He's only wearing shorts, no top. Damn, he has a 8-pack. Cal, didn't you put on a shirt last night before getting into my bed? I ask slowly. I turn my head away from his drool-worthy 8-pack. He comes up to me, takes my hand, takes my index finger and traces it along his ABS. Why does he need to be such a tease? You can't tell me you don't love this, he says, still using my finger to trace his ABS. I swolo hard and bit my lip. Unfortunately, he notices. He brushes his lips against my ear. Don't worry, Melody, it's all yours. And you're all mine. He says possessive lie. I simply nod. His lips somehow find mine again and we have a little makeup. After our make-out session, I'd pull away and say, "We need to get ready for the day." Alec's eyes have darkened. His wolf is surfacing. He nuzzles my neck, then kisses the spot where his mark will one day be. I shiver in delight when he kisses it. Soon, my melody. Soon. I gulp. He pecks my lips once more before exiting my room. Hopefully he doesn't mark me sooner without my permission. I fall back onto my bed and let out an exaggerated sigh. I shake my head and get done. Probably have a long day ahead of me. I took a quick shower, and I mean a really quick shower. It was under 10 minutes long. That's quick for me. Then I put on a plain white dress. I added a cute green jacket along with a white pair of wedges and some accessories. I put some light pink lipstick on. I walked out of my room and closed the door at the exact same time Alec came out of his room. I smiled when I saw him. He took my hand and led me downstairs. We got to the kitchen and saw his mom. She greeted the two of us and gave us each some pancakes. I thanked her. "This looks absolutely delicious." Oh my word. Ava walks into the kitchen next. While the three of us are eating, Alec starts a conversation. "I have a meeting with Alpha Carter of Black Crescent Pack today." I look up from my plate and nod. "I want you to hear their melody. After all, you are the Luna." I look up at him and smile. I walk up to him and hug him. His arms instantly go around my waist, hugging me back. "Thank you for including me in things to do with the pack. Anytime. Love." "Don't get all lovey-dovey on me now, people," says Ava, pulling a funny face. Alec and I both roll our eyes at her. Then both of us burst out laughing. "Don't worry, Ava, you'll find your second chance mate. Soon. I hope." 2 hours later. Alec and I are cuddling on the couch in the TV room. Then the doorbell rings. Alec's eyes dramatically. It's probably Carter. We get up and walk over to the front door of the house, hand on hand. I can't believe I'm the Luna now. No more the Alpha's little sister. When we get to the front door, Alec opens it. There stands a guy. He looks around about our age. Very light hair, it almost looks white. He has nice electric blue eyes. His hair is literally almost snow white. Alec holds out his hand and the other Alpha Carter shakes it. He lets Carter in. "Carter, this is my mate. Melody, the Luna of Silver Moon." Alec says, introducing us. "It's nice to meet you, Melody," he says, giving me a curt nod. I nod and smile politely. Alec and Carter talk about the meeting they are about to have. I zoned out of that since I know a little about pack work. Ashton never allowed me to help. He said I should never have to worry about that stuff. Then in walks Ava into the 4IR where we had been standing and sniffs the air. And I noticed so does Carter. Interesting. Then it registered with me. No, they can't be, can they? Carter is Ava's second chance mate. Their eyes lock. And Carter yells, "Mine." Chapter 21. Melody SPOV, and an instant Carter was in front of Ava. She looked up at him with unsure eyes. It's like she was afraid he would hurt her like that asshole Alex. Carter engulfed Ava in a hug. He was nuzzling her neck, and she was standing there awkwardly, her hands at her side, like she's afraid of getting close to him because she thinks he might reject her. Carter pulls away from the hug and looks tentatively at Ava. HES staring at her with so much love and lust in his eyes. He puts his hand on her cheek. "What's wrong, love? Why didn't you hug me back?" he asks, sounding hurt and curious at the same time. "It's not that," Ava replies. "Then what is it?" "All I want to do is make you happy. I know you'll look so much prettier if you would just put a smile on your face," he says, smiling warmly at her. Ava bites her lip and he notices. He starts staring at her lips. I look at Alec and he looks like he wants to say something. HES probably going to be a protective big brother. I mean, this is his twin we're talking about. I look at him and send him a smile. He smiles back. I mind link Alec and say, "Ava looks like she's broken because of what happened with her first mate. Can I take her out of the room and talk to her about it? Meanwhile, you keep Alpha Carter busy. Tell him why she is being so distant and looks so unsure of herself. Fine, you'll distract Carter while you talk to my sister." Should I really be the one to tell him about Ava's mate who rejected her, or should I let her tell him herself? I'll ask her while I am speaking to her and mind link you the answer. Okay. I look up at him and he nods. HES smiling down at me because HES talker. You can also give him the big brother talk. I mind link him again, laughing in my mind. Alec just chuckled out loud. I cough and Alpha Carter and Ava immediately look my way. They're starting to make me feel extremely self-conscious. Feeling my unease, Alec wraps a muscular arm around my waist. Ava, can I talk to you for a second? I ask her and she nods quickly. I look at Alpha Carter and he nods as well. I grab hold of Ava's arm and drag her up the stairs to her room. Once we're inside, I close the door. Ava goes and sits on the foot of her bed. I walk to her bed and sit next to her, making the bed dip. Ava, are you okay? She looks at me like she's about to start crying. Melody, what if HES just like Alex and rejects me? She asks now in tears. Ava. I say, pulling her into a hug. Do you want Alec to tell him about Alex? Because Carter is probably wondering why his mate seems so distant. She nods her head on my shoulder. I mind linked Alec. You can tell Carter. Ava wants him to know. Alex simply replied with the okay. I look back at Ava, who am still hugging. I pull away from the hug and say, I don't think Carter will reject you. I mean, when he first saw you, he had love and lust in his eyes. HES not going to end up doing what Alex did. And if Carter tries anything to hurt you, well, get your brother to beat his ass. Ava chuckles to what I said about Alec beating Carter. She looks up at me and says I don't doubt that might won't hurt Carter. She jokes, see? The two of us laugh. Ready to go back downstairs and talk to your mate. It's now or never, right? She asks and I nod, sending her a reassuring smile. The two of us walk downstairs only to find Alec and Carter are not where we left them. Where are they? I ask aloud. Ava laughs. They're probably in Alec's office. Mel, I laugh too. Then we walk in the direction of his office, which is back upstairs. I'm telling you, I could probably become really fit just be walk up these stairs. But then again, I'm a werewolf fit anyway. We get to his office and I knock lightly on the big wooden doors. I hear someone say come in, and Ava and I enter the office. I keep the door open for Ava and closed it once she was inside. I walk over to Alec, who is standing behind his desk. Once I'm next to him, he wraps his arms around me waist, pulling me in front of him. I look at Ava, a reassuring smile. Carter walks over to Ava. Your brother told you about the asshole who rejected you. You have every right to keep me at a distance after that. But please give me a chance. Give us a chance. I promise you I'm nothing like that good for nothing who rejected you. All I want to do is make you happy. Oh wow, that's so sweet. Okay. They'll give us a chance. But we are going to take things slowly. Ava says, smiling up at Carter. Carter lifts Ava up and spins her around, and she's giggling. He puts her down, then pecks her on the cheek. Of which Ava's cheeks turn a light shade of pink. Alec looks down at me and he is smiling, so I smile back. He then whispers, "You're amazing, you know that," in my ear, making me grin like a Cheshire cat. I peck Alec on the nose. All of a sudden, Alec's eyes fog over. He must be mind linking someone in the pack. His grip around me waist tightens. Once he's done, I ask what's wrong, and he grits out one word. And I swallow hard. They found me. Alexpov. One of my warriors on parole just mind linked me, telling me that there are rogues on my territory. My grip around Melody tightens. I looks at my mate and she has a worried expression written all over her features. She asks what's wrong and I'll grit out one word. I notice that Mel swallowed hard at the mention of rogues. You'll have to ask her about it later. I look up and see him eat win our mate. Ava gives me that look to tell me to tell her where they are. I tell them everything I was told through Mind Link, that there are a handful of rogues on the northern parts of my territory. Carter offers to help me take them down. I tell Melody and Ava to stay inside the house. Then Carter and I go outside. I shift as soon as I'm outside. Carter goes behind a tree to strip. Not long after, a light blonde wolf walks up to me from where Carter was. We nod to acknowledge each other in wolf form. The two of us sprint off to the northern parts of my territory. When we get there, we see 3 dead rogues and one of my warriors have another rogue held against a tree by his neck. I shift and put some shorts on, then I walk up to the warrior and the rogue. Put him in the underground prison and I'll question him later. The warrior replies with, "Yes, Alpha." He bows his head and takes the rogue away. Chapter 22. Alex POV Carter and I walk silently to my underground prison. There we see the rogues chained to the wall. The underground prison is like a normal prison. It's under our old pack house. No way was I having it under the current pack house. What if a rogue had to escape? Then they would follow the stairs into my pack house, which could end in dead pack members. I walk up and grab him by the neck. "What were you and your friends doing on my territory?" I see Thout putting XP hazes on my. I harshly let go of his neck and wait for him to reply. All the stupid rogue does is let out a laugh. I walk back up to him to intimidate him. "You honestly think I would tell you, Alpha?" He says, spitting out the word Alpha. I glare at him for a while, trying to read his facial expressions. It's blank. Extremely helpful. Note my sarcasm. I let out an exaggerated sigh. I mind-linked Matt and told him to get down to the underground prison fast. I told him to bring a special package with Carter, and I stare at the rogue and he looks at anything but us. Carter growls in frustration. Then Matt, my beta, walks in. Correction, he strolls in casually like there's no rogue chained to the wall. He sees Carter and I and bows his head. "Alphas." We both nodded in response. "Here's what you asked for," says Matt, handing me a brown paper bag. I open the paper bag to find a silver metallic substance in a syringe. I mess around with it in my fingers, then look up at the rogue who has his eyes focused on the syringe. "I presume you know what this is?" I ask the rogue slowly in a bored tone. He nods his head and gulps. I start smirking. Good. I slowly start walking towards him with the needle in my hand. "You are going to tell me everything I want to know. And in return I won't inject this compound containing silver in you," I say, staring directly at the rogue. I turn to the side to see Carter and Matt smirking heavily. The substance is a compound containing a small amount of silver and some other substance that make werewolves weak. All packs have a supply of them. Matt happens to be in charge of my pack's supply. I turn back to the rogue to see fear written all over his face. "You willing to cooperate?" I ask, fiddling with the syringe. I stares wide at it. "No," he mutters out in a shaky voice. "Have it your way," I say, injecting the silver compound into his neck. The rogue starts screaming in pain. "You see, this silver compound does the same thing silver does. It burns you, only difference is this stuff burns you from the inside. Now tell me what you and your friends were doing on my territory." I yell. "W, we were looking for S, something," he stutters out. "What were you looking for?" I ask harshly, using alpha tone. It's a W, white wolf." "Alpha." He bows his head in submission. I look at him puzzled. "There's no white wolf in my pack. They're extremely rare and any pack would protect them with most of their lives. White wolves have a special gift that the moon goddess has given them." I notice Carter lift his head at the mention of a white wolf. "Tell us more about this white wolf you are looking for," Carter says. The rogue nods. "Oh, our leader believes this W, white wolf, has a S special power to heal anyone or thing. So he sent me and the others to find it. We believe the white W wolf is female. But we don't know W who," he says, and his eyes shut. "HS unconscious. Side effects of the silver compound: it drains you mentally and physically from the inside. It basically knocks you out after roughly 10 minutes. You'll be lucky if you last that long." Carter and I stare at each other. I notice Matt still down here. "Matt, tell me when this rogue wakes up," I command, spitting out the word rogue. I look at Carter and say, "Ready to go back to our mates." At the mention of mate, Carter smiles brightly, probably thinking of my little sister. Right now, all I want to do and hold my beautiful Melody in my arms and breathe in her breathtaking scent. I need it to calm my wolf. Melody's POV. Straight after Alec and Carter left, I hugged Deva and walked to my room. I started hyperventilating on my way there. I need to calm down. It would really help if Alec was here to help me calm down. All I can think of is that fact that they're here for me. I go to his room because it's covered in his scent. It will help calm my nerves. I hope. I walk in a breath in my mate's scent. It immediately calms me. I let out a shaky breath I didn't know I was keeping. 1 hour later. I'm currently pacing his room. It's been an hour and the boys aren't back. I'm starting to get really worried. I thought of going to see Ava and talk to her. Then I heard the room door creak open. I turned to it immediately to see who was about to walk in. Then walks in Alec nonchalantly like it's an ordinary day and rogues didn't try to attack. I stare at him shocked. He puts on a shirt but I didn't mind the view of his very toned abs. What it's so sexy. Then realization hits me. My mate is okay. I run up to him and tackle him in a hug. He chuckles and we fall backwards. All you hear is a loud thud. Miss me already? He asks, smirking. I nod and hug him tightly. Then I realize we're both on the floor and I sit up. Alec's smirk grows wider. I give him a confused look. He leans up to me and whispers, I'm loving this position. My eyes widen. I'm such an idiot. I've been straddling him the entire time. I jump up immediately looking down with embarrassment. Heat crawling up my neck making its way onto my cheeks. Alec stands up and lifts my chin so that I'm looking at him. You look pretty when you're embarrassed. Love, he says staring into my eyes. Then he leans down and our lips touch. He wraps his arms around my waist. After our kiss we lean our foreheads together and stare into each other's eyes, breathing heavily. Chapter 23 Melody SPOV. Not that I'm complaining about you worrying over me. But why do you worry so much? Alec asks while our foreheads are still pressed together. I stare into his eyes for a while trying to form a reasonable response. Eventually I pull away from Alec and stare down at the now very interesting floor. Alec cups my cheek and lifts my face up so that I'm staring at him. As soon as I see his loving expression I bite my lower lip. His eyes flash over to my lips in an instant. He moves his finger to my lips and creases it so that I am no longer biting it. It's distracting. He mutters. I blush deep scarlet. Alec's lips make contact with mine and he kisses me gently. Our lips move in sync. After a while he pulls away. Melody, please tell me why you were pacing before I got here. He says gently. I nod. I interlock our fingers together and pull him over to the bed. I sit down and he sits down beside me. I was worried because you took so long. I thought something happened to you. I whisper, playing with his fingers. They're actually a lot bigger than mine, but mine fits perfectly in his. Alec once again lifts my chin so that I'm looking up at him. He pecks my nose then hugs me. What did I do to get an amazing mate like you? He asks, laughing. I giggle too. Yo, what did you do to get a mate like me, who ran away when I first saw you? I say, sighing deeply. Hey, you were scared and didn't know what to expect. All that matters is that we're together now. I'm not losing you anytime soon. Melody, please promise me you'll never run from me again. He says, giving me a pointed look. I promise. I finally pull away from his warm embrace. As soon as I do, I regret it already, missing the feeling of being in his arms. I look up at my Greek god-like mate. What happened with the rogue's attack? Using air quotes for rogue attack. I instantly notice that Alec clenches his jaw and anger takes over his features. I grab his hand and squeeze it in an attempt to calm him down. He closes his eyes and breathes deeply, then opens them. I wouldn't call it an attack, Mel, is all he says. Alec, what happened? You know you can tell me anything, right? I whisper, still squeezing his hand. He squeezes mine back and stares at me with loving eyes. No. I stare at him tentatively as if telling him to continue and tell me what's bugging him. He sighs heavily. You're not going to stop until I tell her you? He asks. Nope, I reply, popping the pea. Alec chuckles. Alexby OV. Well, when Carter and I got there to where the rogues attacked, they were all dead except one. I told my warrior to take him down to our underground prison cells. Then Carter and I headed there. We questioned him and he refused to answer. Melody gasps. So you killed him as well? She asks with fear in her eyes. I immediately shake my head. No, please don't look at me like I'm some sort of monster, Mel. I don't want you to be scared of me, I said, scared that my own mate would fear me. She does what I expect least. She wraps her arms around my torso and hugs me. I'm shocked at first, but hug her back. I don't fear you. I just suspected that you killed the rogue because he refused to give you the answers you were looking for. My lips tug upwards and I smile at my mate. She's going to make an amazing Luna very soon. Can I continue with telling you what happened? Melody hastily nods her head and I chuckle at her cuteness. Eventually I got tired of him refusing to answer my questions, so I called Matt my beta down. I told him to bring a syringe of a certain substance with him. We used it to inject the rogue and he answered all of the questions. He told us they were looking for a white wolf. His leader believes is in our pack. They think it's a female who can heal anyone or thing. But the weird thing is that there's no white wolf in our pack. I finish. Then I notice Melody swallow hard. Something's wrong with mate, says a worried Caden. Melody, what's wrong? It looks like something is bothering you. I say, carefully choosing my words. Alec, I need to tell you something, and you're probably going to hate me for not telling you this any sooner. She says, and she looks like she's on the verge of tears. I could never hate you. Love. They, the rogues, were looking for me. I give her a puzzled look. I'm the white wolf they're looking for. Melody, how could you not tell me this? I say, feeling hurt that my own mate didn't trust me enough to tell me something so important about her. Nell stands up and turns around so that her back is facing me. Nothing good has ever come from me being a white wolf. Only horrible things. My parents died because they were protecting me when I was 9. There has always been one certain group of rogues trying to find me. They attacked as HS pack twice. When I was 9 and my parents died and before we moved here. They need me because of my unique and extremely rare healing powers. We moved closer to your pack because they attacked us. She says. I stand up and spin Melody around so that she's facing me. I put my hand on her hips and stare down at her. My mate is in tears because of those rogues. I use my thumbs to whip away her tears. Then I pull her closer to me. Melody cries in my chest and I can't help but feel guilty for making her cry. I accused her of hiding something from me, not knowing her reasons behind it. I feel like such a jerk right now. Hey, it's okay, don't cry and tell me what happened. And Melody tells me everything, starting with her parents sacrificing themselves for her, to her brothers and cousins practically raising her, and to the last attack. Let's just say that right now I feel like I should have ripped those rogues limb from limb myself and not let my warriors do it. That rogue in the cell better tell me about his leader when I go visit him later, and if they're planning an attack on my pack. I'm pretty sure Melody can see steam coming out of my ears, that's how angry I am. She hugs me in an attempt to calm me down and it works. I wrap my arms around her waist, not wanting to let go. I nuzzle my head in her neck. I quickly kiss the place where my mark will one day be, and Melody moans. That quickly changes my mood. Just then the doorbell rings. So Mel and I go open it. Then in walks Stendies, also known as Melody's brothers and cousins. Melody, thank the moon goddess you're okay. Say her second eldest brother Mason, engulfing her in a hug. Why wouldn't my mate be safe with me? I ask with my eyebrows raised and my arms crossed. Well, you see, says Ashton, rubbing his neck. All of them look at him like he's the only one who can answer my question. He knows, guys. I told him today, says Melody, wrapping her arms around my torso. Yes, I know that Mel's a unique shifter. I say. They all burst out laughing. You meet doesn't even cover it, dude, says her one cousin, I think Grayson. Anyway, what are you doing here? I ask curiously. Well, Ashton Mason's eyes shifted turquoise, so we knew something was up with Mel. They could also feel her anxiety and worry, so we got here as soon as possible, says Ander. I give them a confused look. Is all I managed to say. Alec, says Mel, and I look down at her. My brothers and I hold a special or unique sibling bond. When one of us is in danger or has a certain emotion flowing through them, the other can feel it. Our eyes shift a certain color for each of us. Their eyes shift turquoise when I'm in danger or I have a certain emotion flowing through me. For Ash, Mason and mine's eyes turn dark blue. For Mason, Ashton and mine's eyes turn emerald green. She explains. Well, I've never heard of that. I say, bewildered. Mel smiles at me, then turns to her family. You felt my emotions because rogues were on this territory earlier. The same rogues that killed Mom and Dad, but only a couple of them looking for a white shifter. That's why I had to tell Alec. They all get a worried expression. Alpha the rogue is awake, says Matt to remind Link. Guys, come inside and go to my office and discuss this there, and they'll be back shortly. I tell them I hug Mel and go. I'm going to get more answers from that rogue. If anyone thinks they're going to get their paws on Melody, they're dead wrong. She's mine. No one is taking mate. No one gets what's mine, says Kate, ungrowling possessive lie. H.S. damn right. My brothers kidnapped my fated mates, and they fell in love. Chapter 20 for Melody's POV. I made my way to Alec's office, my family trailing behind me. Anxiety gnawed at my insides as questions raced through my mind. Where had Alec gone? Was he all right? Was he interrogating that rogue prisoner? Suddenly, strong arms enveloped me in a comforting embrace. I returned the hug instinctively, recognizing Mason's familiar scent. As he pulled away, I caught sight of both Mason and Ash, their faces etched with concern. I attempted to assuage their worry with a reassuring smile, but I could tell they saw right through it. My cousin's eyes bore into me, trying to decipher my emotional state. Years of practice allowed me to quickly mask my feelings, presenting a confess odd despite the turmoil within. We continued our journey through the pack house until we reached Tailex's office. My hand trembled as I grasped the doorknob, turning it slowly. The door swung open, and we all filed inside. The spacious office was dominated by plush couches, which we promptly occupied. I recounted everything Alec had shared with me, detailing the day's tumultuous events. My voice wavered at times, but I pushed through, determined to relay every crucial detail. Well, that's it, I concluded, my throat dry from the lengthy narrative. Throughout my recounting, I was repeatedly asked if I had omitted anything, each inquiry eliciting a frustrated groan from me. My brothers and cousins engulfed me in a group hug, their intentions clearly meant to comfort. However, all I truly yearned for was the safety of Alec's arms. Despite this, I returned their embrace, grateful for their support even as I longed for my mate's presence. Alec's POV. I strode purposefully towards the old pack house, my footsteps echoing in the quiet evening air. Descending the stairs into the underground prison cells, I was enveloped by darkness, the air growing thick with the scent of damp earth and fear. The ancient steps were slick with green moss, but my enhanced werewolf sight allowed me to navigate them with ease. The musty smell of the underground intensified as I approached the rogue cell. Entering the dimly lit chamber, I found the prisoner chained to the walls, his body trembling. He shook his head repeatedly, either fighting off exhaustion or attempting to quell his rising panic. A growl rumbled in my chest as I considered the possibility that he might be trying to link his companions, calling for a rescue. Such an attempt would be a grave mistake. My gaze swept the cell, landing on Matt, who stood in the corner with his arms crossed and a self-satisfied smirk plastered across his face. I approached him, my authority radiating with each step, ready to begin the interrogation that could potentially protect our pack and my mate from whatever threat this rogue represented. How long has he been awake for? I asked in a serious tone. I mind-linked you as soon as he woke up, Alpha. I nodded and walked over to the disgusting rogue who tries to harm my mate. I'm going to ask you questions, rogue, and if you refuse to answer them, I will inject you with more of the silver substance. You got it, I say, looking at him in the eye. He nods his head and swallows hardly. Yes, Alpha, he replies, bowing his head in submission. I nod. Firstly, does your leader plan to attack my pack in order to look for this so-called white wolf? Why, yes, Alpha, he says, looking down at the ground. I clench my jaw. This means Melody is in danger. I need to know when they attack. I also need to prepare my pack for anything and tell them I found my mate. My eyes fog over as Caden tried to take control because of the thought of someone hurting our mate. When I grit out in anger, grabbing his neck and choking him. As soon as I choke him, it straightens up. I'm almost positive there's steam coming out of my ears. In a month, he manages to say. My hold on his neck suddenly becomes tighter. Matt comes up to me and pulls my hand away from the rogue's neck. Alpha, don't kill him, we need to find out more about this attack. I nod. How many rogues will be attacking my pack in 1 month? There are about 5 of us at Alpha. Looks like we won't have a problem since we have over 20 pack members. Mutters Matt. How does your leader know there's a white wolf in our pack? Asks Matt, curiously staring at the disgusting rogue in front of me. I don't care. No. He sent us here as a warning. I stare at him, trying to see if he's lying. Unfortunately, it looks like he's telling the truth. I feel like pulling my hair out. Rogues are after my mate. Thank the moon goddess, they don't know the white wolf's her, but still. They cross my territory and threaten to attack my pack and possibly kidnap my. They have another thing coming. My pack will fight to protect Melody, their Luna. How does he know the white wolf is a female? I ask, using air quotes for the word white shifter. There's a witch helping him. The witch told us it's a female. But the white shifter we have been looking for almost 10 years is a female. That's all I know, I swear. I nod. Matt and I leave the underground prison. Tell everyone we have a pack meeting in the next half hour, I tell Matt through Mind Link. I know we're right next to each other, but this place is not soundproof and I don't really trust that rogue. Yes, Alpha, I'll tell everyone. He replies. We walk to the pack house together. I tell him to follow me into my office. There we see Melody and her family talking. She sees me and smiles. She stands up to hug me and I hug her back. I nuzzle her neck, taking in her breath, taking scent, trying to calm Caden down. She pulls away and I see those beautiful eyes filled with worry. I kiss her forehead and sit down behind my desk, pulling her onto my lap. I tell them everything that the rogue told me and that we will be having a pack meeting. I told Mel's family I wanted them there. During the time I was telling them, Matt questioned why we were telling them, and we told him that his Luna was the white shifter. Matt was shocked but also amazed to know how powerful his Luna is. Right now, I'm telling my pack everything. I'm telling them that we expect to have an attack in 1 month and that we need to prepare. I said that children 16 and older will have to fight and that all women and younger children need to be in the safe house on the day. I also said that women may fight. It's entirely up to them. After all of that, I introduced Melody to the pack. We told the pack about the rogues being after her and that she's a white shifter. My entire pack was in on knowing how powerful their Lunaticity was. Melody SPOV. Alec told our entire pack about me. We now walk up to our room hand in hand. As soon as he closes the door, he presses me up against the wall and kisses me. When he pulls apart, he places his forehead to mine. Melody, you're going to have guards as of tomorrow, to make sure you're okay at all times. I gasp and pull away from Alec. I can't believe he thinks I need people watching over me. No, Alec will have no guards. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. He walks up to me and places his hand on my cheek. I know you can take care of yourself, Mel, but I need some peace of mind that when I'm not around, someone will be looking after you, making sure you're okay. No, Alec looks like he's getting really angry since I'm not obeying him. Stupid alphas who expect everyone to listen to them. Not me, I'm his mate, his equal, and I also happen to have alpha blood. In an instant, he's in front of me, pushing me against the wall. His canines are out. I'm shaking with fear right now. He moves my hair out of my neck and he does something I would never expect. He marks me without my permission. Chapter 25, Melody SPOV. I scream in agonizing pain as his canines bit through my neck, marking me on my sweet spot on my neck. Soon my painful screams turn into moans. All the pain I felt previously turns into pleasurable moans. Alec licks my neck to close the mark his canines have created on my neck. My eyelids feel heavy and I start feeling extremely sleepy. Next thing I know, my legs give way from underneath me, but his strong arms catch me before I fall to the ground. Alec picks me up bridal style and places me on our bed. If I had any energy, I would probably shout at him for marking me without my permission. But right now, all I can think of is sleep. My brother's cancer tag out when I tell them what he did. I sigh in content as darkness overtakes me. I feel all my worries drift away as I get pulled into the darkness I call sleep. I feel sparks ignite through me body as Alex's arms wrap themselves around my body. I tense at the sudden contact, but soon enough I calm down, enjoying the sparks. Alec pulls me closer to him and I feel millions of sparks go through me. The next morning, I wake up to someone kissing my neck. I immediately know it's Alec because of the sparks flying throughout my body. Morning, princes. I immediately pull away as the memories of yesterday come crashing down on me. Alec marked me, without my permission. Oh, he's so dead. I jump out of the bed and Alec falls face first on the floor. I race off to the bathroom to try and put as much space between Alec and I. I lock the bathroom door. I know it's not going to keep him out, but it will take him longer to break it. I look at myself in the mirror. I move my hair out of my neck and gasp at the mark that now lays on my neck. It was beautiful. Words can't even describe it. The mark on my neck was of a wolf. Half of its face was an actual wolf and the other was a whole bunch of patterns that made up the face of the other half. It must mean that Alec and I are both halves, but together we are a whole. As I ran my hand over my mark I had pounding on. Melody, open this damn door now. Before I break it, he doesn't sound too happy. Maybe it's safer to stay in here. Then all I see is the bathroom door being pulled off of its hinges and angry Alec. He is so angry that his face is bloodshot red and his eyes keep shifting. He's trying to control his wolf. Caden, say Viola. He takes a step towards me and I take on back. This goes on until my back hits the wall and Alec cages me with his arms. I close my eyes, afraid of him and what he might do to me. I wait for something to happen. Nothing does. So slowly I open my eyes. Once my eyes are open I come face to face with Alec, who had his eyes shut, breathing deeply. He opens his eyes, and I see that he has won control over his wolf. He puts his head in between my neck, engulfs me in a hug, taking in my scent to calm him down. I stand there like an absolute statue. Eventually he pulls away, staring at me with so many emotions. Don't you ever run away from me. I thought something happened to you. I look at the floor, feeling ashamed that I made him feel so bad. When I open the bathroom door, I see you standing there with fear in your eyes. Are you scared of me, Melody? I feel his intense stare on his eyes burning holes in me as I stare at the ground. He lifts my chin so that my brown orbs meet his and I gulp, afraid of what's to come. He stares at me tentatively. Are you afraid of me, Melody? Alec grits out and his hand tightens on my chin. I immediately pull because he's hurting my chin. I pluck up enough courage to move his hands away from me, so that he is no longer caging me. I attempt to walk away. Keyword attempt. Unfortunately, Alec gets hold on my hand and pulls me back to him, and I go crashing into his rock-hard chest. I asked you a question, he says, raising his voice. Let go, you're hurting me. That's all you've been doing since you forcefully marked me. Let go, Alec. I scream frantically, tears running down my face. I snapped at him. It's been forever since I snapped like that at anyone. Alec's face softens slightly and his grip on my arms loosens. I see regret in his eyes. He's sorry for how he hurt us, says Viola. I don't care. He hurt me, Viola, and I will deal with this the same way I dealt with others who hurt me, by ignoring them. I don't care if as my mate he had no right. I growl back. I yank my arms out of his grasp. Don't touch me, Alec. I can't believe what you did. I grab a pair of clothes and stalk out of his room, finding my way to Ava's. I knock on her room door lightly and wait for her to say I can come in. I walk in and tell her exactly what happened and she gasps. I had to physically hold her down to prevent her from going after her twin. I asked to take a shower in her room and thankfully she said yes. Once I had gotten done, we walked downstairs to eat some breakfast and guess who was in the kitchen? My favorite person of the all at the moment. You guessed it, Alec. Notice my sarcasm. I saw a fruit bowl and grabbed an apple so that I could leave as soon as possible. As I left I heard him sigh in frustration. You can ignore him forever. You know, Viola said. Watch me. Ava followed me out of the kitchen. Hey, Mel, my car broke down a while ago, so we kinda need to take a lift with Alec, she says, scratching her neck. I sigh. Okay. I mutter. Sorry, Mel, she says, smiling sheepishly. I give a reassuring smile, almost to say it's fine, I'll have to face him sooner or later. The two of us get into a Lexi8. I sit with Ava at the back, trying to create some distance between us. Not long after we got into the car, Alec got into the driver's seat. I notice him putting his hands on the steering wheel and how he tightens it. He's holding it so tight that his knuckles have gone white. Before starting the car, he glances up at me through the rearview mirror, but I refuse to meet his gaze. The car ride to school was utterly silent. It was extremely awkward. I mean, it probably wouldn't be if Alec and I were on taking terms, but as soon as the car came to a halt, I jumped out and rushed off to my locker, sending Ava an apologetic smile before hurrying along. I let go of a breath I didn't even know I was holding once I got to my locker. What's up with you? Asks a voice from behind me. I jump up from freight. I turn around, clutching my chest, my heart beating rapidly, only to come face to face with Chris, who is smiling at me sheepishly. Sorry, Mel. Didn't mean to scare you, he says, scratching the back of his neck. I jump into his arms, hugging him. I haven't seen you in ages. I feel his chest vibrating from laughter, and I smile. Miss you to Mel. Then a loud threatening growl is heard, and I'm being pulled away from my best friend by the only person who can make me feel sparks on skin contact. Alec? Mine. Chapter 26, Melody as POV. I seriously can't believe this guy. Who does he think he is? His grip on me tightens and I squeak out of surprise. I manage to get his fingers off me, but miss the contact as soon as I do. Stupid mate Von Doug. I turn around, angry, no correction, and beyond angry. I can't believe him right now. I glare at my so-called mate and he glares back. It's like we're having a contest to see who will blink first. Mel, what the hell is going on? Asks a confused Chris, breaking our glaring contest. Alec growls and his eyes shift as he fights for control over his wolf. He balls his fists together and his jaw clenches. Watch it. Alec sees out, glaring at Chris, who did nothing. I decide to add into the conversation. No, you watch it. I snap. His head turns to face me, shock written all over his features. I look at Chris to see his mouth agape from shock. Does my best friend honestly think I'm scared of this thing in front of me? Nope. He's wrong. I'm not scared of him. I'm pissed with him. This but face marked me without my permission. I still can't believe him. What? Alec says in confusion. Watch yourself, because my best friend has every right to hug me. This is your best friend. Why would you be best friends with a girl like ordinary teenage girls? He asked, frustrated, dragging a hand over his face. Maybe because I've known Chris my entire life. Plus, you have no right to question me. I'm still pissed with you. Plus, who said I was ordinary? Only then did I realize a crowd starting to form, watching us argue like losers without any lives. But then again, that is what they are. Melody, stay out of this. This is between me and this unmated wolf who hugged what's mine. Alec screams, his eyes shifting. Chris immediately pulls me behind him when he notices Alec fighting for control of his wolf. This unmated wolf has every right to hug me. Before you found me, my brothers tried to get my guards for protection. I refused to have anyone near me, so my brothers appointed Chris as my guard. He's protected me for as long as I can remember, so I don't care what you have to say. He's also always there when I need him and is one of the only people I actually trust. I growl in anger, using air quotes for unmated. Alec wins control and his eyes soften slightly. Before he can reply, I ran out of that school building. I used my werewolf speed and raced over to my brother's house. Being a white wolf, I'm a lot faster than even an alpha. Plus, having alpha blood also adds to how fast I am. Once I got outside the house, I opened the door, knowing the boys are home. As if sensing me, they all come to the front door, confusion written on all their faces. Mel, what's wrong? Asks a worried Chase. I don't answer and head over to the garage and get into one of the cars I own, my red Bugatti Veyron, and raced off to my spot. Living with 10 boys, I learned how to drive at a young age, and thinking it would be fun. After learning how to drive, Grayson and Zitter taught me basic race moves. I caught on pretty quick considering I love speed. I've actually gotten many driving tickets for speeding. My cousins used to tease me before I got into the car about my driving. My lips twitch upwards at those memories. The spot is where I go to clear my head after F-rights, generally. I haven't been here in a while since there's been no time. I found this spot just days after we moved here and I love it. It's such a beautiful place. I mean, there's a great view of the ocean. There's a big rock that faces the calming waves, and watching the sunset here is incredible. There's also a big old willow where I sit under when I feel like sketching here. I love it here since it's so calm, and it makes it easy to clear your mind of so many things. I even come here to write some songs for concerts, which reminds me I haven't had a concertee in a while. I should probably phone my manager and get him to organize one. It will help relieve some stress and anxiety. I sit on the rock and stare at the beautiful scenery. I breathe in, closing my eyes, and exhale deeply. I open my eyes and sigh in content, and think back to all the events that have happened in such a short amount of time. I mean the attack, us moving here, fresh start, new high school, finding my mate, running from him and him marking me without my permission. Up until this very moment, I wish my life wasn't this crazy and dramatic. But then again, I'm not always going to remember the easy things in life. I'm going to remember all the difficulties, and what lesson each difficulty taught me and how that shaped who I am today. I remember my mom telling me one day that life is not all sunshine and rainbows. She said it gets harder as we grow up, that we'll always have good and bad moments. It's the bad that actually affect who we are, since how we deal with those bad moments make us who we are. I didn't even notice the silent tears falling down my face. Using my palms, I wipe my now soaked cheeks. Mommy, Daddy, why did you leave me? Why? I whisper, breaking out into full-on crying. It's not fair. They were good, great people, but they died. I would do anything for a comforting hug from either of them, whispering in my ear, telling me everything is all right and they'll always be there. After crying for almost half an hour, I stop and wipe my face with the arms of my shirt. I stare into nothingness for a while, zoning out of the misery that is my life. When I finally snapped out of my daze, I pulled out my phone. The time read 2 p.m. I've been gone for almost 4 hours. I unlocked my phone only to see 1536 missed calls and 2189 messages on my phone. Oh shit. I'm in so much trouble when I get back. I wonder what would happen if I were to unblock my mind link with everyone. It'd probably be bombarded with questions. I shrug my shoulders and stand up, stretching. Just then my tummy grumbles. I chuckle, patting my belly, and decide to order some food before going back. I get in my car and drive off to some fast food takeout. I felt like some McDonald's, so that's what I bought. I sit in the car and eat before driving off to my brother's house. No way in hell am I going to Lex's house now, not after everything he did. Chapter 27, Melody SPOV. I turn the doorknob only to find it locked. I stare at it confused. They never ever lock the front door. I sigh and shake my head. I grab my bag and search for the keys in it. Luckily, they gave me a spare key in case I ever needed to get away. Their words, not mine. I turn the doorknob and enter the house, sighing. Just as I enter the house, 2 pretty girls around my age run up to me frantically. They are both brunettes, both human brunettes. They both have brown eyes. Their hair is both at a medium length. The one looks really quiet and shy, and the other looks a lot more talkative and outgoing. The more talkative one's hair was dip-dyed a dark pink, purple color. "Help us, please," screams the one with dip-dyed hair, breathing heavily. I give her a confused look. Why? What's wrong? Now, before you tell me, please sit down, both of you, and calm down. She sits down hesitantly, her friend beside her looking scared. They sit on the couch in the living room. She looked down at her lap and started fidgeting with her fingers. The quiet one of the two hasn't spoken a word yet. "Before you tell me what happened, can you please tell me your names and ages?" I ask them in a friendly way. They look at me funny, like they're trying to figure out if I mean harm. Eventually, the one with the dip-dyed hair sighs in defeat. I send them a friendly smile. My name is Melody and I'm 18. I say, stretching my hand out to them. Mine's Riley and both of us are 18 as well. Says the one with dip-dyed hair, Riley, shaking my hand. With a bright smile. Mine's Emma, whispers the girl next to her shyly. I smile at Emma. Now will one of you please tell me what's wrong and why you need my help? We were kidnapped by 10 guys, please help us. Riley says, throwing her hands in the air. I stare at her, then shout. Boys. I can't believe them. They have got to be kidding. They do know kidnapping is wrong and they can go to jail for it, right? Where's the fire? Screamed Austin, and I face palmed. All of us, meaning my 8 cousins, look at him. We each give him the really look. Mel, you're okay, they say, engulfing me in a bone-crushing hug. Let go, I grit out, sounding pissed. They look at me shocked, but do as I say. They step back and iced and facing them, looking as pissed as ever. My arms are crossed and in tapping my foot on the floor. Someone better tell me why the hell you kidnapped 2 inconstant girls. Also, where are my 2 idiotic brothers? I ask in rage. How do you know we are innocent? Asks Riley, standing up, and Emma stares at her wide-eyed. At the moment, Emma kinda reminds me of a fish because she opens and closes her mouth. Shut up, Riley, whisper, yells Emma, yanking her back onto the couch. Riley hisses Emma but listens and keeps her mouth. I tap my foot louder, waiting for a reply from the 8 stupids in front of me. They exchange glances, as if I didn't see that. Cue the eye rolls and dramatic hair flip. Just as Liam is about to answer my question, the front door slams closed. I quickly make my way to the door, only to come face to face with 2 very stressed brothers, Ash and Maze. Thank God, Mel, they both say. Before they finish their sentence, I yank both of them by the ear and drag them into the living room. I drag them to where they guys are and let go of their ears, and go back, so standing in front of them with arms crossed and foot tapping on the floor. What the fuck, Melody? Screams a pissed off Ashton, rubbing his ear. What did I ever do to you, sis? I know Ash is a terrible brother, but me, says Mason with mock hurt. Then he smirks. All I do is roll my beautiful eyes. Explain, I say with a stern voice, pointing at Riley and Emma. Oh, that. You see, May stutters. We kidnapped them, answers Alec nonchalantly, looking down at his nails. I can see that you moron, I say, rolling my eyes. Why do you kidnap us? What we ever do to you? Asks a frustrated Riley, pulling her brown, purple hair. There our mate smell, mutters a guilty-looking Maze. What? I scream. You hurt him, Melody, says an eye dash. I stare at the 10 of them wide-eyed. Okay, this is not the best situation. Why would you want to meet your mate like this? Heck, if Alec had to kidnap me, I would have killed him. Wait, or not. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. I wouldn't let you. Oh, shut up, Viola. I still have a room upstairs, right? They nod. Great. I walk over to Emma and Riley and grab their arms and drag them into my room. Well, old room. We enter the room and I lock the door. Probably won't keep 10 werewolves out, but whatever. I tell them to take a seat. This is going to be a long conversation. Let's hope they take it well. Okay, let's get this over with. I say, sighing softly. OMG, as exclaims an excited Riley. Can you believe it, Emma? We're mated to sexy werewolves. I see Emma visibly pale and swallow hard. She turns to me with frightened eyes. Firstly, you called my older overprotective brother sexy. Gross. Secondly, Emma, you have nothing to worry about. Ash and Maze will treat you both well, and if they don't, he'll deal with them, I say, sitting down next to Emma. I'm scared, says Emma below a whisper. It's okay to be, but both my brothers have always dreamt about having mates. They would always talk about how they would do anything to make her happy and protect her with their lives. They'll take care of you and love you. That's all they want to do. I say, giving Emma a side hug. Riley joins in on the hug, turning it into a group hug. Don't worry, Em, if they give us any problems, we'll kick their werewolf butts, says Riley, winking at Emma. I roll my eyes and the 3 of us burst out laughing. I like them, they'll be amazing for the pack. So I spent the last 2 hours telling them about werewolves and mates. Now we are walking downstairs to tell the boys they know about our world. We get to the last step and stop as the boys are all looking at us. Relief takes over Ashton and Mason's faces. Ash walks up to Emma and hugs her. Maze does the same to Riley. Oh, why, Ko'oe. You guys are so cute. Emma turns bright red and hides her face in Ashton's shoulder, making him chuckle, whereas Riley smirks at me and sends me a wink. You know it, girl. The two of us burst out laughing. I'm totally gonna miss them when I'm home. By home I mean Alex's pack house. I wipe the imaginary tears away once I've cooled down a bit. We guys, I should probably get going. Mel, you not gonna tell us why you came here, stole a car, and went missing for a couple of hours? Asks a curious Ander. Nope. Not gonna say. And by the way, I didn't steal the car, it belongs to me. It was my 16th birthday present, remember? Everyone nods except Emma, her face still hidden in as H's shoulder. I turn the front door only to come face to face with, drum roll please. You guessed it. The one person I can't even look in the eye right now. Alec. I hate my life. Chapter 28. Melody's POV. I stare wide-eyed at Alec as relief crossed over his face. And he pulls me into a hug. He nuzzles my neck. To say I am shocked is an understatement. Instead of hugging my mate back, I pull away. I attempt to walk away, but unfortunately for me, he gets a hold of my wrist. I try and yank it out of his grasp, but his grip only tightens. I stare at my almost blue wrist. I try wiggling out of his death grip, only for him to tighten it again. Stop, you're hurting me. Instead of listening to me, he tries to pull me closer to him, and I notice his eyes shift over to black. His wolf is in control. Oh no, not again. Last this happened, he forcefully marked me. Maze grabs hold of my other arm and pulls me to him, while Ash stands in front of me with a pissed-off look. Mine. Then I swear everything just happened so fast I almost missed it. My cousins grab Alec and hold him to the wall. Grace and takes a hold of Alex's right arm and Ander his left arm. Austin and Liam grab a leg each. Hunter pushes Alex's chest down, keeping him glued to the wall. Dill ungrabs Alex's neck and keeps it roughly. Chase yanks Alex's hair, making his head come up. While 7 out of my 8 cousins mount my mate to the wall, Jace stands protectively in front of Riley and Emma, their future Luna and beta female. Mace unhugs me and I sob in his chest. My sobs grow louder until I'm too drained mentally and physically to cry anymore. Mace pulls away and kisses my forehead and wipes my tears away. Come on, sis, no big brother likes to see his little sister cry. I smile weakly at his attempt to make me feel better. There's that smile. Mace says, smiling, fondling at me. I hug him again, this time not crying. Then a loud threatening growl is heard. Guess who growled? I bet you'll never figure it out. Just joking, me being my sarcastic self. Yep, you guessed it, that growl came from my oh-so-fantastically great mate. Alec, cue eye roll. Let go of what's mine now. Alec booms. He's trying to break free from the tight hold my cousins have on him. Not until you gain control from your wolf, Alec, and apologize to my sister for hurting her. Shouts Sashed in matching Alec's threatening tone. The girls cower back behind Jace. They look terrified at my mate and Dash. I feel bad right now because they are fighting because of me. Maybe it was a bad idea to come here. Watch it, Alpha. Ashton might pack us, strong enough to wipe yours out. Me and my mate are none of your concern. Alec replies, spitting out the word Alpha. Alec has lost it. There's no way he could think doing that would make things better. And if he does, then he loses me. Because he would have terminated not only my old pack, but my family too. I believe Alec has lost all control he had, and Caden has taken control. Alec, try and regain control before your wolf does something you'll regret later. Says Maze, letting go of me and walking towards Alec. Mel, why are you and Alec fighting? Don't deny that you aren't fighting, cause otherwise this wouldn't be happening. Says Ash. He marked him me. I managed to mumble. He what? Shouts all 10 of them. I marked her. Says Caden. They take their attention off me and back onto him. Riley, Emma, would you please take my sister upstairs? I want none of you to see what's about to happen. Says Maze, cracking his knuckles. But Riley says, then Emma cuts her off. But nothing Riley don't get on a werewolf's bad side. They could probably kill us with the snap of their fingers. Whisper yells Emma. I turn to Ashton to notice his eyes soften slightly as he notices how scared his mate is. We will never hurt you too, mumbles Ash to Riley and Emma. Emma and Riley just look at each other, sharing that look. Then Emma grabs my upper arm and pulls me upstairs. When we get to the top of the staircase, I hear Riley say, "Well, if you need us, we'll be in Mel's old room. Knock before coming in." Then she sprints up the stairs. I almost feel like laughing. She grabs a hold of my other arm and they drag me into my old room joy. As soon as we enter the room, I break down and full-on cry, letting all my tears flow. Riley and Emma try and calm me down, but nothing helps. So eventually they give up and hug me instead, telling me everything is all right and that my mate doesn't deserve me. Then all of a sudden I feel excruciating pain throughout my entire body. I scream in agony. I start crying harder, unable to control the pain. My screams grow louder. Riley, stay here with Mel. I'm gonna go tell the guys something is up, Emma says quietly but with authority in her voice. She turns to the door ready to leave. Emma, I call, more like struggle to call. Yes, she says, turning around facing me once more. You'll make an amazing Luna, I say, smiling weakly. She smiles back, then hurries downstairs. Ugh. I scream louder than ever, pain taking over my entire body, making it hard to even breathe. Ashton's POV. As soon as the girls are upstairs, I turn to Alec. You son of a bitch, I exclaim, smacking him across the face. Before I can throw another punch or even hit him, Mace pulls me back. If Mason didn't do that, I would have probably knocked him unconscious. Why do you mark our little sis without her permission? He barks. Our 8 cousins in the room close their eyes at the sight of Mason shouting. Since between the 3 of us and the one with the tiniest temper, Maze is the reasonable one and Mel is the caring one. So Maze hardly ever shouts. Alec just stares at Maze like he is an idiot. We wait for about 5 minutes, waiting for him to reply, but he stays quiet. Refusing to ask any more questions, Maze and I beat him up while our cousins hold him back. We start to hear screams but ignore them since we believe it's our imagination running wild. Then my beautiful mate runs down the stairs with a worried expression. I immediately let go of Alec's head, being in the middle of me punching him square in the jaw, and walk over to my mate. I immediately put my arms around her. What's wrong? I ask my now blood-red mate. Oh, wash, yes, it's so adorable. Mel, she says, swallowing hard. She notices a beaten-up Alec and cringes. What about Mel? Maze asks from behind me. She started screaming. We don't know what's wrong, but she keeps complaining about pain. We don't know what to do, she exclaims. Then it hits us. Their mate bonds. She can feel all of his pain. He marked her, screams Dylan through our family mind link. Tell us something we don't know, idiot, remarks Grayson. He means he marked her so she can feel all of his pain just like he can feel hers, says Jace with worry evident in his voice. Melody, screams Alec. Then his eyes shift and we know his mind linking someone. His facial expressions changes even more now. Shit, he curses. What? Asks Ander. The rogues have just declared war, wanting to do everything in their power to get their hand on the white shifter. He grits out with a clenched jaw. Melody. Chapter 29. Alec's POV. Melody's family finally let me go and I race up to her old bedroom. When I got there, I see my mate's head on a human with purple highlights in her hair's lap. She keeps whimpering and there are tears rolling down her beautiful face. I suddenly struggle to breathe seeing my Melody like that. She deserves to be happy always. To always have a bright smile on her face that could instantly make my day. Right now, I would do anything to make her happy and so that she'd forgive me. I finally come back to reality and see the human looking at me with wide, fearful eyes. I give her a stiff smile, almost telling her I mean no harm. I hurriedly walk into the room that still contains my mate's addictive scent. I breathe it in trying to calm my nerves as well as my wolf, who has now become restless and extremely worried. I get to Melody and gently pick her up bridal style. I make sure I don't hurt her. I've caused her enough pain already. Melody. Her eyes flutter open and she gives me a very weak smile. I'm so sorry. I'm such a terrible mate. I should never have done any of those things to you. I've hurt you in so many ways I don't know how you'll ever forgive me. But I swear if you give me another chance I'll make it up to you. Because all I want to do is make you happy for the rest of your life. Because you've already made me the luckiest man just by being my mate. I'm so sorry. I say, turning my head so that I'm no longer looking at her. I honestly don't deserve her forgiveness. She's too good for me. I feel a tiny hand grab my chin and move it. I know it's Melody's due to the sparks that fly through my face. I forgive you, she says, pecking my lips. Then she leans in, puts our foreheads together, just breathing heavily due to the pain she felt through our mate bond. I breathe in her scent as she breathes in mine. I'm so shocked. I don't know whether to smile from joy or to break down into happy tears at this point. So I engulf her in a hug. Knowing she's still in pain, I use one arm to secure her legs around my waist and my other arm hugs her fragile body. All while www, we hear someone coo in the background and we instantly pull away from the hug. We both turn only to see the girl who had my mate's head on her lap. She smiles sheepishly at us and I nod in response. But Melody hides her now crimson face in the crook of my neck. I readjust the way I am carrying her back to bridal style with her head still in my neck and I head downstairs. I get to her old room's doorframe and turn to the girl in the room. You might want to come downstairs now, she nods and follows me down the stairs. All of a sudden the silence is replaced with her humming to a song I don't know. We reach the end of the stairs and Mason immediately wraps an arms around the girl's waist from behind her. Melody's family all growl at me, giving me a lethal growl as if telling me to try anything. Then I hear soft snoring and notice my Mel asleep in my arms. I nuzzle her nose. You aren't taking her anywhere, says a pissed off Ashton standing protectively in front of his mate. I don't plan on, I reply without taking my eyes off my sleeping mate. I eventually look up only to meet everyone's confused gazes. I'm not taking her into my pack territory, I whispered. Why, asked Grayson. Because the rogues have launched an attack on my pack looking for a white shifter. Your sister being the white shifter, she is not safe on my territory. They have not launched an attack on your pack, Ashton. Do you see where I am going, or do I need to spell it out for you? So you want Mel to stay with us for protection purposes? Asks Ashton with a raised brow. Yes, I hate being away from her, but she's safer here. Are you sure about this? Asks Dylan. I'm an alpha. I need to protect my pack and my mate. I can't do both when I know they're after my mate. I know she's safe here because you're her family and you've always protected her. So are you just gonna leave her here? Asked Mason. I'd love to stay until she wakes up, but my pack is under attack and as the alpha it's my duty to stand with my pack and fight. You have our warriors if you need them, says Ash. No, I don't want the rogues to know you are involved in this. It's safer for Mel that way. They all nod. I sigh. I guess it's time for me to leave. I don't know I'm gonna do it yet, but I will kill their leader. Just so that my Mel is safe once more. I hope she doesn't hate me for leaving without saying goodbye. I sigh, staring affectionately at her. I'd peck her lips. Give her to me, says Ander. I nod briefly and hand her over. If he was her cousin, he wouldn't be allowed to touch her. Please tell her to stay here for her protection, and that I'll come get her once all of this is over. I tell no one in particular. I kiss her forehead, then head in the direction of the door. Before I turn the doorknob, I say, promise me you'll protect her and you'll promise to never hurt her like that again. Well, protect Mel like we always have. And we'll keep our part of the deal as long as you keep yours, says Jay seriously. I nod before giving Mel one last glance, then disappearing into the road. Once I'm outside, I shift into my black wolf and run to my pack. To fight for everyone I hold dear and love. Especially my Mel. To protect those who look up to me as their leader. I promise I'll make it up to you as this mess is all over. Once you're safe and in my arms where you belong, my sweet Melody. Chapter 30, Melody's POV. I woke up with an uneasy feeling and my neck, well, actually my mark, tingling. I soon realized I was in Alekin's room, so I frantically looked for something that could then me where I am. My head searching all directions of the room, unable to find anything. Just as I'm about to give up, I notice a picture on the wall in front of me. Ugh, I'm so stupid. I'm in my old house in my old room. A smile makes its way onto my face as I look at the picture. It's a family picture of me and the guys. I feel my eyes begin to water. That picture was taken the day before my parents died. I didn't know I was crying until a hand found its way onto my face and rubbed the tears away. I couldn't keep my emotions under control and burst into tears. The person pulled me closer to their body, engulfing me into a bone-crushing hug. I realized who it was due to the smell of his scent and because I knew that voice too well. It was my big brother, Ashton, the same brother who used to sing with me and would do anything to make me feel better and put a smile on my face. The same brother who has killed thousands to protect his family and pack. "Mel, you know I can't help you if you don't tell me what's wrong," he says gently. I wipe my now soaked face with the sleeves of my clothing. I close my eyes and breathe in, trying to calm my racing heart. Breathe, Melody. Breathe. Then suddenly the memories of yesterday come crashing down. Alec apologized and I forgave him. But if I forgave him, then what am I doing here? Ash must have noticed my confused expression since he caught my attention and broke my train of thought. "Melody." He stutters out. "What?" I feel my anxiety rise. This can't be good. Ash is never, I repeat, never nervous. I mean, his freaking alpha nervousness is not a word in his vocabulary. Alec. He would Ash. Spit it out, you're going to give me an anxiety attack. I snap with glowing white eyes. Ash visibly gulps. You see, when my eyes shift white, it means my wolf is now in control. And Viola is not happy. I managed to gain control from Viola. Sorry, Ash. Viola kinda took over. I say sheepishly. Ash nods. What about Alec? I ask, worry for my mate's safety. He left last night because rogues declared war on his pack, just so that they could find the white shifter. And Alec told us to keep you in our pack territory and to protect you. Oh, he also said he will never ever hurt you the way he did again. Ash says really fast, I almost didn't get it. He growls at the last thing he said. Still not happy his little sister was marked forcibly by her mate. I roll my eyes at him. Then I turn serious. How long has the pack been fighting for? No reply. Ashton. Since last night. I immediately stand up. If they mess with my pack, they mess with me. I'm done running from two bastards who ruin my life. In the Luna of the Silver Moon pack, the strongest pack, and this time around I refuse to hide and let the people I care about get hurt. I won't lose more important people in my life again. I'm the Luna, who happens to have a few tricks up her sleeve. I smirk heavily. I head in the direction of my old room door, but a hand grabs my wrist and pulls in the opposite direction of where I want to go. I growl in frustration. What do you think you're doing? Asks Ashton with a raised eyebrow. Ending this once and for all. I say, pulling my hand out of his grasp and hurrying downstairs. Chapter 31, Ashton's POV. Ending this once and for all. Mel says, pulling out of my hold and speeding downstairs like Chess on freaking fire. Ending what? I mutters, clearly confused. What the fuck is Melody planning on ending? Shit. She can't mean Alexpov. I bite down on the neck of a rogue who stupidly thought nothing would happen to him if he stepped on my territory. Then I sink my canines deeper into his neck. I hear him howl in pain. Then I snapped his neck, killing him instantly. I threw the lifeless body out of my mouth. Then the dead person in front of me shifts back into human form. Dead, obviously. All my pack members old enough to fight are currently out on the battlefield fighting for their families, their mates, loved ones, and their Luna. My pack and I have been fighting since last night. No one has had any rest. But these rogues are not as strong as they make themselves out to be. I've given Caden complete control of me since I can't focus on anything. My main focus is Melody, and no matter how many times I tell myself I'm doing this for her, it's like I can't focus mentally or physically without her near me. I was struggling to think straight, so I gave him control, knowing that he would do what was needed to be done. The sun came up almost 2 hours ago and we're still fighting. Like I said, we've been fighting since last night, but no one has seen any sign of their leader. Thinking about him makes me growl. A small tan wolf tries to jump onto my back and sink his canines into my neck, but he fails. Because my beta, Matt, jumps and crashes into him. knocking him into a tree, and the small tan wolf lay there unconscious. I gnaw him and he howls in response. 3 hours have gone by and my pack is still under attack. There is no sign of the rogue leader. Little coward probably didn't bother showing, but got people to do his dirty work for him. I thank the moon goddess that my pack is currently winning, but then again that could change at any second. Just then almost 800 more rogues wolves join the fight. The rogues all led by one rogue in particular. Brown wolf was a scar over his eye. Surprisingly, the wolf is average size. He looks smaller than me, but his fur is beyond covered on claw marks. We make eye contact and a loud menacing growl escapes my mouth. He gives me a wolfish smirk in return, making me glare at him. I send him daggers as if challenging him to continue with this. He and I circle each other. We're basically having a stare down. We circle each other looking for any sign of weakness. But I noticed how he hides his left paw. Looks like we found a weakness on him already, says Caden with a wolfish grin. Don't get too cocky, the tables might turn. Buzz kill. Caden rolls his eyes. All around me my pack is fighting. Harder than earlier. We're using more strength and we are all starting to get tired. The rogues almost outnumber us. But I won't let my pack fall. I notice multiple warriors and pack members snapping rogues' necks without hesitation. All you see is red. Not because you're angry red, no. Red, bloodshed over every once of brown soil over the once green tree shrubs, and the land filled with lifeless bodies of those who are now gone. I notice that I know almost none of the men laying around in the red metallic substance, meaning so far we have had little deaths. I bring my attention back to the filthy rogue in front of me. He extends his canines, threatening me. I snarl, so should I say Kate snarls in return, not liking that we're getting no respect. No matter what, still an alpha. Dumb rogue. Do you honestly think you have what it takes to kill an alpha? Let's see. We continue to walking in circles, circling each other. This goes on for almost 10 minutes, much to my dismay. The brown wolf lunges at me and tries to attack, but I use my right paw to scratch him and is already scared eye. His wolf street trembles back in shock of what I've just done, then he looks up to the sky and howls. It's not a powerful howl or calling for help, it's a howl filled with pain. Then he turns to me and snarls. I mentally smirk. Looks like I know how to piss you off. Great. He continues to lunge at me and I just dodge his every move. It's almost like he thought he could come here and I would go easy on him. Like I have trained my entire life. It seems as though he didn't even train for this battle. He's probably only the brains behind the situation. He keeps growling in frustration because I easily dodge his every move. Just then two wolf cone running past me, blocking my view of the bastard in front of me who is after my mate. The damn bastard decides to take advantage of this and lunges at me, landing on my back, bringing me down to the floor. But then at that very moment I hear the most powerful howl ever. It holds power and strength as well as grace, if that's even possible. In the brink of an eye the wolf is no longer on top of me but laying on the ground in pain. The same thing that got the rogue off of me stares down at me, like it's telling me to get up, and I do. Then together we howl, threatening anyone to come near us. Chapter 32 Alex POV. We howled together for the first time. For the first time since I met her. I finally get to see her wolf. Her white wolf. Beautiful and delicate just like her. She stares at me. Then she asks through mind link, "Are you okay? Better now that you're here." She gives me a wolfish smile and nuzzles my neck. I inhale her scent, trying to calm myself and also to give me the strength to go on. I'm fighting for her and our pack. I remind myself. She playfully licks my nose. Then a loud snarl is heard and we whip our heads in that direction. It had obviously caught our attention. He leaps up at us and Melody closes her eyes and the ground lifts in front of us, creating a wall. He leaps into the wall and we hear a loud bang from the impact. Then the wall made of the ground, the soil descends back into the earth where it once was. And the wolf lays on the floor unconscious. Mel and I circle him. Growling. He gets up, shakes his head and growls at Mel, looking straight at her, making my blood boil. Nobody looks at my mate like that. I growl and snarl, then lunge at him. My mouth makes contact with his back and I bite down hard, knocking my jaw. He howls in pain, while I mentally smirk. He got what he deserved. His body begins to go limp, but not completely. Then I notice 5 wolves surrounding Mel. I let go of him and help her. Then together the two of us help the rest of our pack, forgetting about their leader who is after my Melody. Melody SPOV. Alec and I just finished helping the rest of the pack. Thank the moon goddess that no one is seriously injured and we've had no deaths, I think. Alec and I haven't really had a chance to speak thanks to the fight happening now, but I haven't seen any of our pack members dead. Then out of nowhere a wolf jumps onto my back and sinks his canines into my back. I howl out in pain, every inch of my body going numb. That's how bad the pain is. Alec immediately comes to my rescue and pulls the wolf off of me, then stands protectively over me, daring the wolf to come any closer. I lay with my snout on the floor feeling limp and my eyelids heavy. The last things I remember were Matt and Eric jumping onto the wolf's back and biting him, then seeing the wolf unconscious again. Then Alec shifts back into human form, standing without clothes in front of me. He orders his beta and third to take the wolf down to the underground prison. Then he gently lifts me up and tells me to stay awake. But I can't. Darkness consumes me and I welcome it. The last thing I hear, Melody, princess, don't close your eyes. Please, just don't. Then I find myself in a peaceful slumber. And for the first time since my parents died, I didn't have a nightmare. I had a dream instead. LXPOV, keep your eyes open, princess. I scream, becoming frustrated. I run with Mel in my arms. I run all the way to the pack hospital, but without clothes. What? I had other things to worry about, like my unconscious mate. Please wake up, Mel. I whisper. Her body lay limp in my arms. I bring her closer to my chest. I missed her. Although we were apart for less than a day. I missed her. I honestly can't imagine a life without her or bear a day without her. Finally, I get to the hospital. It's crowded with all injured pack members. I run and carry my unconscious mate, hoping she's okay. Drive Wilson. I call the doctor with alpha tone, commanding him to come to help me. I'm not gonna let my mate die. I won't be able to live a day without her. Alpha, what happened? He asks, bowing his head in respect, and handing me a shorts. During the fight, a wolf, their leader, jumped onto her back and bit her. I managed to get him off, but she fell unconscious. I see she. He asked with a confused expression and raised eyebrows. Yes, she is the white wolf I hold in my arms, who also happens to be your Luna. Oh, moon goddess, help me if anything happens to her. You'll have to deal with a very pissed off Alpha. I see. Luna. But you haven't even introduced her to the pact. I wasn't even aware that you had found your mate. Alpha. Well, now you know. So help her, damn it. Of course, Alpha. Nurse Emily and Marissa, help me with her, please. I growl out at the disrespect he shows towards my mate. Nurse Emily and Marissa bring a stretcher and they stare at me expectantly. Vampire deception. By Dwight Mason and E.Y. Gwet. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to cove the low-level witch. Alpha, you kinda need to put the Luna on the stretcher so that we can help her, says Marissa. I stare at the middle-aged woman in front of me. Her tone gentle but also with no room to complain. She smiles warmly at me as if saying that everything will be fine. Hesitantly, I put Mel on the stretcher and they start trolling her further into the hospital. I follow, obviously, I mean that's my mate. We end up outside what appears to be a surgery room and stop. Alpha, I'm afraid you can't go inside the room with her. I understand that she's your mate and our Luna, so I can assure you we'll do everything in our power to make sure she's okay. But in order to do that, I'm gonna need you to stand outside in the waiting area. Knowing there's no room for argument, I nod my head, walk towards the stretcher and kiss Mel on her wolf's forehead. I stare at her chest, just as beautiful in wolf form as she is in human form. Then I step aside so that they can take her into the surgery room. I feel Kate getting angry. They're going to help her, KD. If we don't let them, she might die. I know, and it's our fault. If we hadn't taken our eyes off of her for 1 second, she'd be fine. I sigh heavily and don't reply, knowing he's right. Now to tell her brothers and cousins. What happened? I think walking toward the waiting room and unking myself onto a plastic chair. Mason's POV Ash does not answer. Ring ring ring. Every honest attention turns towards Ashton as he pulls out his phone from his pocket. Unknown number. He mumbles. Hello, how did you get my phone number? What? We're on our way. Ash yells into the phone. Ash grabs Emma's hand and pulls her in the direction of the garage. I put my arm out and Riley puts her hand in mine and we follow then along with the guys. Ash, what's wrong? Asks Liam. Ash ignores him and frantically searches for his car keys. I bet you it's in his pocket. Austin tries asking him what's wrong, but he ignores him as well. All of them look at me expectantly. I sigh. Ashton, I say using alpha tone. I may be a beta, but I have alpha blood. Also in the inside of our pack we're regarded as equals, so yeah. That catches his attention. What the hell is wrong with you? I shout. Mel, he says, and his face pales slightly. Everyone immediately gets into a car and we follow Ash to wherever. Hang on, lil sis, we're on our way. I just hope we're not too late. As if sensing my distress, Riley grabs hold of my one hand and winds our fingers, calming my nerves slightly. Please be alive, Melody. We can't fail Mom and Dad's last request to keep you safe forever and always, regardless of whether your mate is in another pack. Chapter 33, Ashton's POV. It felt like an eternity before we reached the hospital, though in reality, it was only a 15-minute drive. The weight of the secret I carried that our sister Mel was currently in surgery pressed heavily on my chest. I hadn't told anyone where we were going, not even Maze. The thought of sharing this information terrified me. If anything happened to Mel, our family would crumble. We'd all retreat into our own grief, unable to face the pain of losing her. Mel had been our family's saving grace after our parents' deaths. In the aftermath of that tragedy, Maze and I had withdrawn from everyone, unable to look our relatives in the eye or engage in conversation. Mel was the exception, the beacon that drew us back together, not just with each other but with our cousins as well. She had a way of unifying us all, her caring nature bridging the gaps that grief had created. Our aunts and uncles had distanced themselves, struggling with the loss of their siblings. It had been a dark time for our family, especially given how close our parents had been with their relatives. Mel's efforts to reconnect us all had been nothing short of miraculous. As we pulled into the hospital parking lot, I glanced over at Emma, my partner. She offered a small, comforting smile, as if sensing the turmoil within me. I brought her hand to my lips, kissing it gently before we exited the car. We hurried towards the hospital entrance, and I spotted Maze and our cousins approaching, their faces etched with confusion. Despite their bewilderment, they followed me without question, our shared concern for family overriding any need for immediate explanations. Inside, we found Alec in the waiting room, his head buried in his hands, looking utterly drained and defeated. Beside him sat his twin sister Ava and her mate, Alpha Carter. The sight of Alec's distress sent a chill through me, reinforcing the gravity of the situation. We greeted Alpha Carter first, adhering to pack protocol even in this moment of crisis. Then, all eyes turned to Alec, silently demanding answers, before he could explain Mel's condition. However, Alec had to first reveal to everyone why we were gathered here, in this sterile, anxiety-filled hospital waiting room. Under POV, what are we doing here? Where's Mel? Jace asks, staring at Alec, who looks lost, like he is completely zoned out of reality. She's in surgery right now, answers Alec's twin sister quietly. What's Cess she doin'? GNSURGERY, stutters Mason. Melody was helping the pack fight and the leader managed to jump on top of her. He bit down on where her shoulder would be inhuman for. Then she fell unconscious in wolf form, explains Alec's sister. Ava, I think her name. Shouldn't she be healing? I mean, she's a werewolf, we heal fast. Plus Shess is a white wolf. Shess supposed to heal faster. The doctor said Shess too weak to heal herself, so her body's shut down. Her healing will be the same as a human's till she gains her strength back. Carter says with a sigh. Why would she be weak? Wonders Grayson aloud. Maybe she used one of her elemental power, answered Dill unclicking his fingers. Maybe, muttered Dash. We all look at Alec expecting him to answer our unanswered question, but he continues to stare into space. LXPOV Melody had come out of surgery 5 hours ago and was still asleep. The doctor said that the fight really took a toll on her body and that she could be out for a couple of weeks max. After rushing Mel to the surgery room, I phoned Carter Pars HLY to tell him the battle had ended and to talk to my sister. I told him we had managed to get their leader and that would get answers out of him later. I spoke to Ava. Asked her to bring me some clothes. In a matter of minutes she's here handing me a pile of clothes. I stared at it at first, unable to move. Ava finally convinced me to go get changed and that if anything would happen she'd mind link me immediately. I got dressed in under a minute and took my place outside the surgery room, waiting. Then I realized I forgot to tell her brothers and cousins. Shit. I phoned Ashton and told him. The 10 of them, including their mates, came rushing in. I can't remember much after that. I zoned out for a while. Up until the doctor came out of the surgery room telling me my mate was okay. That she had a broken shoulder and 2 fractured ribs. But she was alive. That had brought me out of my previous state where I couldn't even talk. I've been sitting holding Mel's hand since then. Sitting on the side of her hospital bed. Refusing to move. Her brothers stayed for 3 hours then had to leave. They wanted to tell their pack. Their cousins had only stayed for 2 hours, something about Pearl I think. Ava left as soon as Melody came out of the surgery room, but came back an hour later to check up on me and to give me food. I haven't eaten or drunken anything. I can't not while my mate lays on a hospital bed. It's my fault. I think Ava told my parents I have refused to eat. Because I hear a knock on the door and immediately recognize the scent of my parents. They walk in, my father puts his hand on my shoulder and my mother begins to tear up. Oh my, she says, covering her mouth. Then she turns to me and becomes even more shocked. Alec, have you not eaten? She says softly but sternly. I shake my head, my throat too dry to want to try and speak. She bends down in front of me. Alec, how can you worry about her if you're not taking care of yourself? What's Melody going to think once she wakes up? I stare blankly at my mother. You'll make her worry about you, Alec. Then her condition will get worse. In order to look after her, you need to look after yourself. My parents stayed a little while longer then decided to leave. My father told me he'll deal with the pack and that I should worry about Melody. Before my mother leaves, she says, remember, in order to look after Melody, you need to look after yourself. I smile slightly at my mom, letting her know I understand. The sun sets and my eyes get heavy. So I decided to get into the hospital bed with my Melody. And that's how I spent the first night back with my mate after our fight. In a small hospital bed. But at least she was in my arms once more. Chapter 30 for Melody S. POV. I see trees all around me. I'm in a forest. It looks so familiar, but I can't remember why. Then it hits me like a hammer. I'm in the forest of our old territory. In the exact place my parents died. I remember it all now. I was hiding behind this tree. I think while stroking the tree. I remember now. How could I have forgotten? With both my hands on the tree, a loud sob escapes my mouth. And I sound the tree crying. Tears streaming down my face. It's my fault they died. I'm the reason they're dead. I sob louder, feeling so alone. I probably look like a total mess right now. Why is my little girl crying? Asks a familiar voice I haven't heard in years. I immediately wipe me tears away with the palm of my hands and look up. Then I see my daddy standing leaning against a tree. I quickly stand up and run into his arms. I sob and he tries to calm me down. Then I feel someone hug me behind my back. I turn around and hug her too. We share a group hug. Then I pull out of my parents' embrace. More tears spreading down my cheeks and my throat gets really dry. I feel it closing, making it seem impossible to talk. Oh honey, my mom says. wiping my tears-stained cheeks. I pull her into another hug. I haven't felt this close to my mommy in years. I hug her tightly, afraid she'll fade away if I don't. I catch her by surprise, but she wraps her arms around me regardless. Melody, we need to talk. Your mother and I have to talk to you. I slowly let go of my mom and turn to my dad, nodding. He sighs heavily but smiles and points to the direction of the floor, silently telling me to sit down. My parents sit next to each other in front of me. We sit down on the floor cross-legged. Where does E begin? My father asks, sighing softly. At the beginning would be helpful, Daddy, I say in a dead tone. My mom stifles a laugh. Teenagers, she says, rolling her eyes. I roll my eyes at her tactics. Then the two of us burst out laughing and my dad joins in. Okay, finally, things aside, Melody. We need to talk about more important things now, my dad says, sitting up straighter. Old alpha habits. I ask, meaning his change in posture and seriousness. He nods. I smile and all of my old memories flood through my head. I remember my dad and other alpha stalking, having meetings, and even though he was always busy, he made time for me. His little girl. A single tear slides down my face. We wanted you to know that we're proud of you and your brothers. Ash took over the pack and has done a great job with Mason at his side, helping him. You putting back the pieces we left off in the family. You being strong and never losing hope. We're also extremely proud of all of you. You and your brothers and cousins for dealing with this in a mature way since day one. Tell your brothers they have done much more than we expected them to do. That I'm sure they're great alphas and betas. All in all, we're proud of all of you. Tears slide down my cheeks once more. My mom puts her hand on my dad's knee and continues. And you, Melody, will be an amazing Luna. Knowing you, you'll do a fantastic job. Then everything disappeared and it all felt like a dream. All I could see was the blackest scene, holding no life. Nothing, no animals, plants, nothing. And once again I feel alone. Chapter 35, Melody S. POV beep beep beep. The bright light's hurting my eyes. I try opening my eyes again, but I notice Alec laying next to me. And we're in a hospital room. Vampire Deception by Dwight Mason and E.Y. Gwet. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to pose as a low-level witch. What am I doing here? Oh wait, the fight. I was hurt. I fell unconscious and Alec stood over me in a protective stance. I don't know what happened after that. I snuggle up closer to Alec, loving the warmth radiating off of him. Alec feels me stirring in my sleep and his eyes open. He looks tired and run down. Like the sleep he had did nothing. There are bags under his eyes, making him look groggy. When he sees me, his eyes suddenly lighten up, and the run-down look on his face disappears. He hugs me, holding me close, breathing in my scent, calling his wolf. KD. Then he kisses me deeply. We savor the moment. The kiss is short and passionate. Then he presses his forehead against mine. I was so worried. He mumbles. I smile, feeling guilty about making him worry about me. So I peck him on the lips. Well, I tried to. He had other ideas. What I thought would be a peck turned into a full-on makeout session. Someone clears their voice in front of us. I immediately pull away from Alec and look at the person. It's a middle-aged man with a white coat on. He must be the doctor. Shit, the doctor caught us making out in a hospital room. At that, though, my face turns bright red and I try and hide it in Alec's chest. Alec growls, obviously not liking being interrupted, and I roll my eyes. What are you doing here? Doc, Alec seethes out. I slap his chest. Don't be mean. He's doing his job. HES, a doctor, he goes around making sure his patients are getting better. I mumble. I feel Alec stare down at me, smiling. I look up at him and return the smile. I decide it's time to face the doctor once more, ignoring the fact that he walked in on us making out. The doctor stares at me, shocked. I cock my head to the side, confused. Why does he look so shocked? Alec notices my confusion. No one ever talks to me like that. Oh, makes sense. I say, smiling innocently. Alec ignores my comment and turns to the doctor not before readjusting the way we both lay on the bed. He lifts me up and sits to the back so that his back is near the wall and puts me in between his legs. I lean against his chest, finding this a comfortable position. I sigh. What's up, doc? I giggle slightly. What's funny? Love. That just reminded me of Bugs Bunny. Alec shakes his head, clearly amused by my childish behavior. He turns back to the doctor with raised eyebrows. Well, Alpha. Luna. Please call me Mel. Am not officially the Luna yet. I say, smiling. The doctor turns to Alec, who nods, saying it's okay to call me that. Okay. Alpha and Ms. Mel, I have no particularly good or bad news. Mel, you have a broken shoulder and 2 fractured ribs. The bite mark had healed while you were in surgery, but it appears that your shoulder and ribs are taking longer to heal. And we have no idea why. The doctor says, scratching his head. I know why I'm taking longer to heal, doctor. I drag the sentence out, not knowing the doctor's name. Wilson, he says, bowing his head. I smile. Dr. Wilson, the reason for that is because I'm a white wolf. Yes, I'm aware of that, but Shulton, you be healing faster then. If I was an ordinary white wolf, yes. But because I'm not, my healing will take about as long as it would if I was human. I don't understand, Luna, says a confused doctor with crinkled eyebrows. Alec also looks confused. I almost feel tempted to laugh. I'm an elemental white wolf. So when I use one of the 4 elements or all of them, it drains my body in more ways than one. If after using them I get injured, I heal a lot slower due to the fact the use of my elemental powers are taking toll on my body. Oh, both the doctor and my mate say in unison. Well, Luna, I mean, Mel, you only need to stay here for 1 more night just so we can observe you. And tomorrow morning you can go home. He'll send a nurse later to check your vitals. Before he walks off, he says, before I forget, I'm afraid you'll have to wear that sling for about 6 weeks. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wilson. I smile politely and Alec shoos him out. Before he exists, he bows his head slightly in respect towards his alpha. I stare at my arm. It's completely covered. Ugh, all because I thought I was strong enough to help the pack. I think Alec noticed my throwing at my arm because he used his hand to bring my face up, so that I was looking directly at him. It doesn't tint your beautiful heart, nor does it make you any less perfect in my eyes, he says, kissing the palm of my hands. I smile. Then he gets a mischievous glint in his eyes. Alec starts kissing me down my jaw, making his way to my neck. He kisses my mark and an endless amount of sparks fly through my body. He begins trailing his kisses up my neck and back to my face. Then he kisses my lips. I break the kiss not only for air but because I realized my brothers and cousins must be worried sick. I wonder if they know in the hospital. If they know I'm okay, what am I going to tell them? Oh, moon goddess, help me. Alec sees and senses my tenseness. He puts his big hand on either sides of my face and asks what's wrong. Before I answer, I feel the blood drain my face, making me feel weak. I start getting dizzy. Alec, I feel lightheaded. Shit. Now close your eyes and focus on my voice. Just try focusing on my voice. Then open your eyes. I do as he instructs and open my eyes, no longer feeling dizzy. Feeling better. I nod, leaning into him. His arms wrap themselves around me. I'm currently laying on top of him, as he plays with my hair. Now tell me what's wrong and don't forget to breathe, he says in my hair. Do my family know in their eyes? Can you phone them and tell them I'm awake, please? I ask with my best puppy dog eyes. Alec agrees, saying he'll only do so if I get some more rest. Wanting to see my family as well as the 2 new additions, Riley and Emily, I close my eyes, welcoming sleep. Snuggling closer to Alec. Chapter 36, Melody SPOV. I feel someone poking my face and I slowly open my eyes only to find my idiotic cousin, Grayson. He sees me eyes open but continues poking me. I swat his head away from my face. I attempt to sit down. She's alive. He screams. Everyone in the room jumps. Remember, I said I attempted to sit up. Keyword attempted. I failed. As I brought my body up, the right side of my body started painting, and I started whimpering. Alec was at my side, immediately, bombarding me with 1,000 questions. Are you okay? Where does it hurt? Should I get the doctor? Painkillers. Melody, say something. I had to shut him up, so I gave him a peck on the lips before he can take the kiss any further. Keep the PDA to a minimum. That's my little sister, and I don't need to see her and her mate make out, says Ashton in a matter-of-fact tone. I shake my head, but somehow that brings a massive smile to my face. I look around the hospital room to see who all is here. My big brothers, including my cousins and that. They treat me like a little sister and we're closer than cousins. Alette's parents are here. I smile warmly. Ava's here along with her mate. They're two guys I don't know, but for some reason they look familiar. Alex sees my confused expression toward the two standing in the corner of the room with crossed arms. Matt, Eric, come here. He calls them. They walk closer till they're at the foot of the hospital bed. Mel, this is Matt, my beta and best friend. Eric, my third and my other best friend. You might have seen them around school. I nod and smile. They bow their heads slightly in respect. Luna, they both sang in a friendly manner. Can you please call me Mel or Melody? I'm technically not the Luna just yet. They not understand why. Then Alex's mother. Claire asks me how I'm feeling. I'm okay. I still feel a bit weak, but I'm slowly regaining my strength. Ava walks up to me and hugs me. I'm glad you're okay. My parents, my mate and I have to get going. I'm really sorry I can't stay for longer, she says, her face dropping. Don't worry about it. We'll talk later or whenever. I feel like we haven't spoken in ages. She laughs, lighting up Carter's face. Carter shakes Alex's hand and smiles at me. His parents say goodbye, and at that point it hits me. Boys, I say, referring to my brothers as Alec closes the room door. This catches everyone's attention. Alec pulls a chair next to my bed. What's wrong, Mel? Ask a worried Maze. A single tear slides down my face. When I was out cold after the surgery, I had a dream. About Mom and Dad. Ask Jace. You haven't heard of them in years, Melody, says Dylan. What did they say? Ask Chase. Where were you during the dream? Asks Liam. They begin bombarding me with more and more questions. I started fanning myself with my hands. I get dizzy. I feel like I'm floating. Everything gets blur-why. They immediately shut up because they know something's wrong. Mel, breathe in and out slowly. Like him doing, says Hunter calmly as the rest of them begin panicking. I do as he instructs. Alec leave a soft, lingering kiss on my forehead once I be calmed down a little. My breathing is still out. Mel, sing a song that always helps you calm down, says Austin quietly. Everybody gets high sometimes. You know. What else can we do when we're feeling low? So take a deep breath and let it go. You shouldn't be drowning on your own. I sing a verse from Cold Water by Justin Bieber. After that, my hand goes to my throat. It feels dry and hurts. It happens often after I don't sing for a long time. Alec pours me a glass of water and I gulp it down. He watches my every move. I sigh. I'm probably going to need to explain this now. Because I'm a white wolf, I have certain powers other wolves don't have. The eye-changing thing Ash Maze and I have. My elemental powers. They're only some of the things I can do. What else can you do? Asks Matt curiously. Well, ever since my parents have died, I've been able to talk to them through dreams. But only when they want to talk to me. I can't fall asleep thinking of them then having them talk to me. It's not something I can control. I've never heard of that, mumbles Eric. You wouldn't have. Werewolf books only have vague descriptions of white wolves. But the clue in the description is something along the lines of these extraordinary wolves might have powers the rest of us can't imagine having, says Ash. He nods and looks as if he was thinking back. Back to Mom and Dad, Mel. What did they say? So I told them everything my parents had told me, trying hard to forget a single detail. I told them about Mom and Dad being proud of all 11 of us. Then the door burst open, and in came a very distressed Chris. His eyes met mine. Then they lit up and he ran to me, pulling me into a hug. Normally I would laugh, but HES actually hurting me. I don't say anything. Would I be miss my best friend? A loud menacing growl escapes Alex's mouth. He pulls Chris away from me. You're hurting her, he says through clenched teeth. I grab a hold of his hand and try and calm him down. Alec, I'm okay. What's he doing here? He asks my brothers. HES her best friend, so we felt the need to tell him, since he's been like her bodyguard and big brother when we weren't around, explains Ash in bored tone. Why does your best friend need to be a guy? Alec asks, turning to face me. I, heavily. I really hope we don't start arguing again. He's my best friend, Alec, whether you like it or not. I'm not changing that for you. So I suggest you to learn to get along. You'll be seeing a lot more of each other. I say smugly. Fine. They both mutter. 2 weeks later, yay. I finally get to leave the hospital. I say, doing a happy dance on the hospital bed. The doctor finally discharged me, telling me to be careful around the house and that I should probably be on bed rest for another week or so depending on how I feel. I agree I won't need to sleep in the small hospital bed, Alex says, packing all our belongings. No one told you to sleep here, I say in a sing-song voice. I was going to leave you here, he says, picking me up bridal style, with the bags in his hands. Alec, I can walk. No way. Doctor said you should be on bed rest for another week, which means no physical anything for you. No waking nothing. I sigh, giving in, knowing HES probably just as stubborn as I am. We can finally go back home, I think, before being put down in the BMW I8. It's going to be seen long week. Chapter 37 Melody SPOV 1 month later. I feel someone kiss my cheek softly. I grumble in response with closed eyes, enjoying my last bits of sleep. Wake up, love, whispers Alec in my ear in his sexy morning voice. He kisses my temples, then hops out of bed, with no effort whatsoever. I sit up and rub my sleepy eyes. I look around our room and smile. Yes, our room. After me being in hospital, Alec became more overprotective. He fixed up his room and it turned into our room so that he could keep an eye on me. He was suddenly in most of my classes. If he was in one, Eric or Met were. Over the last month, Chris and Alec have come to some sort of agreement. They're not friends, but as long as they both make sure I don't get hurt, they're good. After coming home, Chris gave Alec the talk about ever hurting me. For once I actually saw him scared, and it was because of my best friend. Love, we need to go shopping, Alec says, bringing me back to reality. Why? I ask with a creased brow. He stands in front of me, bites his lip, and uses his thumb to rub the creases away. Because today you finally become the Luna of the Silver Moon pack, he says, smirking. I jump up from excitement. What? I squeal. You heard me. Now get that cute butt of yours moving, there's still a lot to do, Alec says, putting on a shirt. I stare at his ABS. Ugh, why does he have such a good body? I think I started drooling. I wipe it away before he sees, but I was too late. He started smirking. I held my head high and walked over to our closet to get some clothes and went into the bathroom, locking the door, of course. My turn to smirk. I do my normal morning routine. I shower, brush my teeth. All in all, I get ready for the long day ahead of me. Once I finished, I slowly opened the bathroom door, peeking out to see if Alec was around. He was, so I exited the bathroom and tried to find him. I walked around the house, then the smell of pancakes caught my attention. So I followed the smell, which led me to the kitchen. Guess who was standing behind the stove? Shirtless, making pancakes. You guessed right, my mate, Alec. He hasn't noticed me yet, so I hug him from behind, wrapping my arms around his torso. My body ignites with sparks. He spins around and picks me up. My arms move from his torso to his neck and my legs wrap themselves around his waist. I put my head in the crook of his neck and he puts me by the kitchen counter, so that I'm sitting on it. We stay there for who knows how long, just in each other's arms. Someone clears their throat behind us. Ava. I pull away from Alec, embrace and walk over to Ava, engulfing her into a hug. Ava, the two of us hug, then she goes on to making herself some coffee. The two of us have grown close in the past month. Jess most definitely my best friend, girl best friend. No one can take Chris' place as my best friend though. Alec places a plate with 2 pancakes in front of me. The pancakes have berries and chocolate sauce on them. He gives me 2 and himself like 5. So when are we leaving for the mall? I ask Alec. Wait, why are you going to the mall? Ask Seva before Alec could respond to me. Because today Mel finally takes up the role as Luna, and she needs a dress for the ceremony. Nope, she says, shaking her head. We both give her a confused look. There's no way you're going shopping with her. They'll take her. Then you can be surprised on what Jess wearing. I had to say I agreed with Ava. So the two of us put on doggy faces and managed to convince Alec to let us go. The mall was quite busy. Ava and then in at least 5 shops, and IVE found nothing. Just then Ava saw another dress shop and dragged me in and searched the rails. Whatever she liked she threw my way, then ushered me to a changing room. I tried them on, then showed her, and this went on. She was never satisfied with them, and frankly neither was I. I had one more dress in the pile she had given me. It was a white dress with a floral print. It had a sweetheart neckline and a gold belt. I honestly fell in love with it when I saw it. I quickly tried it on and walked out of the changing room. Ava was staring at her phone. She almost fell out of her chair when she saw me. So she forced me to take that dress. Well, not exactly forced, since I loved it dress and it fitted like a glove. Plus I was the one paying, which was a plus. Alec was the one paying since Ava made him give her his credit card. It didn't take us a long time to find a matching pair of shoes and accessories. After that we were on our way home again. When we got home I didn't even greet Alec or anyone else in the house because Ava had pushed me upstairs. She pushed me into her room to me to sit down and wait. She fetched all of my necessities in my room, told me to take a shower, then did my hair and makeup. She wouldn't even let me look in the mirror until she was done. Wow, I say, staring at my reflection. Ava had definitely outdone herself. My eyelids were painted in different shades of pink. I put on the dress with my shoes and all the accessories. Then Ava and I walked downstairs with linked arms. We walked into the backyard, which was buzzing with people. Alec was talking to my brothers, and when he caught sight of me, he stood there dumbstruck, with his mouth open and his hands in his pockets. He shook his head and walked over to me, hugged me, and told me how beautiful I looked. My brothers and cousins came to hug me. Everyone chatted and socialized for about an hour before Alec went into the makeshift stage. Alec clears his throat and all the chatting, mumbling and giggling stops. Everyone turns their attention toward their alpha. As you all know, I found my mate quite a while ago, but with everything that had happened I haven't been able to introduce you to her properly. I've told about her and her unique wolf, but today my mate will officially become your Luna. She deserves even more respect than I do. So I'd like to call my mate and your new Luna to the stage, Alec says, ending his speech looking directly at me. I blush and walk towards the stage. As I approach the stairs, Alec lends me his hand and helps me up. One sim on the stage, we complete the Luna ceremony, and I officially became the Luna of the Silver Moon Pack. Alec and I share a hug and he discreetly puts something on my finger, but I hadn't had a chance to look at it, as we were approached by an old couple who introduced themselves to me. When we had finished the conversation, Alec and I walked to the refreshment stable. I finally had a chance to see what was on my finger. I gasped when I saw it. It was a ring. I looked up at Alec with a confused look. What's this for? He smiles brightly and kisses my forehead. It's a promise ring. A promise that one day you'll be my wife and we'll have a family together. A promise that'll always protect you, and a promise that'll always treat you the way you should be treated. Not like a princess, but like a queen. My queen. I probably had the stupidest smile on my face. I jumped into his arms, he whispered in my ear. And it's shaped like an infinity to show that my love for you is infinite. Chapter 30 ALXPOV. 5 months later, Mel. I call from the bathroom. What? She grumbles. She's been really stressed recently. She blames it on the midterms we have coming up, but I honestly don't think that's all. I think she might be feeling a little bit homesick. I think she misses them. her brothers and cousins. I mean, they are the only family she really has. Actual family. I know she regards the pack as her family too. Mel has been doing a great job as Luna. She was definitely made for the job. She still has concerts on the odd night, but a lot less because of the workload. Be ready in 2 hours, we're going out and oh. Alec, there's too much to do. I have to finish my art prac. Study for midterms and I kiss her to shut her up. I love her and her voice, but sometimes she speaks too much. The kiss lasts long, we pull apart needing air. Be done in 2 hours, we're going out. Dress nicely. Are you saying I don't dress nicely all the time? She asks with raised eyebrows. I never said that. I reply, kissing her forehead. I'll leave her alone to get ready. I need to finish organizing everything. Everything needs to be perfect for her. I get dressed, then head out to sort out a few loose ends for the date I have planned. Melody SPOV. Alec told me go get ready because we're going out and said to dress nicely. What's that supposed to mean? Wear a dress. I wish he had said more so I know what to wear. Like where we're going. So I know what would be appropriate to wear. Eventually I decided to wear something nice, but not too nice. Get what I'm saying? It took forever just to pick out an outfit. I literally rampaged through my entire wardrobe. I had a lot of packing to do since most of my clothing was scattered all over the room. I decided to do some makeup. I made myself smoky eye and put on some maroon lipstick, matching my shoes. I checked the time on my phone. I had 5 minutes before Alec would pick me up. So I decided to walk down the stairs. I was walking down the stairs, Alec entered the house. He looked at me and his eyes suddenly brightened. He held out his hand and I grabbed hold of it. I made it down the stairs and he greeted me with a kiss. You look beautiful as always, he said, kissing my forehead. I rolled my eyes at him and smiled. He smiled back at me, and I noticed something in his hand. And I raised my eyebrows. Alec follows my gaze and smirks. Princess, I'm gonna need you to wear this. Otherwise you'll end up ruining the surprise I have planned. Surprise. I hate surprises. Come on. Do it for me, love. He says, pouting. I am getting. What have I gotten myself into? Alec puts it on and leads me to the car. Then I feel the car moving. Hopefully this won't be a long car ride. I was wrong. The ride has been extremely long. I've probably been in this car for like half an hour. Although it feels like longer. Alec Kichi. Mem, he hums in response. Are we there yet? Not quite. Be patient, princess, we're almost there. He says, kissing my knuckles. I. Can you at least put on the radio? Please. I don't get a reply. Alec just puts the radio on. I start humming softly. Very soon my humming turns into full-on singing. My eyelids start getting heavy and I stop singing. I lean my head against the window and sleep consumes me. You'll be the death of me, princess. I hear Alec mutter before I fall into a slumber. I feel the car come to a halt. So I open my eyes only to be met with darkness. Then I realized I was still blindfolded. I hear my car door open and feel strong arms wrap themselves around my body. I know it's Alec because of the sparks. He carries me bridal style. I snuggle up, closer to him. Then he puts me on my feet and I hear something. I thinks it's the ocean. I hear waves crashing. Seriously? We're at the beach and I'm dressed like this. Alec stands behind me and wraps his arm around my waist, pulling me closer to him. He removes my blindfold and I'm met with the view of the sun setting behind the ocean and a yacht. I gasp. It's beautiful. Not as beautiful. I hear Alec whisper in my ear, picking up on my thoughts. He spins me around and kisses me. He puts my legs around his waist and walks towards the yacht, carrying me. Once we're on the yacht, he puts me down and faced with a table filled with food. I gasp and turn around to face Alec. Mouth the gap. He smiles and leads me to the table. He pulls out a chair for me and I sit down. Since when are you such a gentleman? Always be a gentleman for you, love. He says, winking, then he puts his signature smirk on his face. While I blush. I'll lean across the table and peck his lips. We eat supper, then Alec stands up and lends me his hand. I confusingly accept it. He leads me onto a deck and then music begins to play. The two of us dance to the music, enjoying each other's company. I lean my head over his shoulder, his hands wrapped around my waist and mine around his neck. After about half an hour we get tired and decided to go sit down again. Earlier on Alec had suggested we go swim, but I decided didn't have a swimming costume. Guess what the little bugger suggested? That we go swimming nude. I blushed crimson and playfully hit his shoulder saying no. Alec simply laughed at my awkwardness and embarrassment. I stuck my tongue out at him then pouted. Then he leaned down and captured my lips. We were currently sitting back at the table, just talking about random stuff, while drinking some champagne in fancy glasses. Well, Alec was drinking, I haven't had a single sip yet. Our conversation has been too interesting. I've either been talking or laughing at something Alec had said. I noticed Alec suspiciously eyeing my glass, so I raised my eyebrows. Everything okay? Yes, why wouldn't it be, princess? Alec asks, gulping down the rest of his champagne. I nod and take a sip of mine, then suddenly feel something in my mouth. I ignore it and swallow. Big mistake. I stand up and cough. I cough and cough, trying to get whatever's in my throat out. Alec stands up and wraps his arms around my back and presses down on my tummy, forcing whatever was in my throat out. Then he puts his one hand out and catches it. I feel him freeze behind me, so I turn around. I put my hand on his cheek and rub it with my thumb, knowing the sparks will calm him down. Once he's calmed down, he pulls me closer, enclosing me in a hug, which I return, of course. What's wrong? I ask against his chest. It's my fault you nearly choked to death. I pull away, obviously confused. He sighs and rubs one hand over his face. He steps back and gets down on one knee. I gasp. No, he couldn't be doing what I think he is doing. I finally see what was inside my throat and gasp. It was a ring. His proposing. Tears stream down my face. Mel, I've loved you since the moment I laid eyes on you and from me. You ran because you were scared about telling me about your double life, not knowing you had from that very moment taken my heart with you. You're an amazing woman. An extraordinary wolf. You're an even better Luna. You're the most amazing person I've ever met. You make me a better person. I love you. Your smile and your laugh. I want to be the cause of your smile and the reason you laugh always. I'm so over the moon goddess has put us together as mates. You've changed my life for the better, and I want to be one of the biggest parts of your life.
I want to wake up next to you each and every morning.
Go to sleep with you at my side. Tell you how much I love you and how beautiful you truly are. So, Melody, will you give me that chance? By being my wife, being my life and the light of my world. By being Melody Silvermoon. My face is full of tears but has a big bright smile on it. I jump into Alec's arms and mutter yes over and over again. Alec lets out a nervous laugh and spins me around. Then he tells me about the ring being in the champagne glass. He apologizes over and over again. I keep brushing him off, but in being a damn stubborn and overprotective mate, he stated that HES taking me to the hospital to make sure I'm 100% alright. I didn't care enough to argue with him. Too wrapped up in the thought that I'm engaged to the man of my dreams. Alec picks me up bridal style and carries me to the car, and the two of us are off to the hospital. Chapter 39 Melody SPOV. Alec carries me into the hospital bridal style. I'm starting to wonder whether he notices I have working legs. Doc, he shouts. Everyone turns their attention towards us and bows their heads slightly. I hide my face in Alec's chest, a little embarrassed at the situation. I eventually move it so I can see again. Then I see a lady walking towards us. She must be a doctor, but she's not my doctor. I mean, I've never seen her before, and I thought I knew everyone. I've been in this pack long enough to know most people by their faces. I suck at memorizing names. She must have a high ranking because I can feel it isn't off of her. She stops in front of us, a massive smile tugging on her lips. What did you do this time, little bro? Alec looks shocked but quickly covers his facial expression. Diana, what are you doing here? Wait, little bro. I ask, cutting her off. I look between the two of them, utterly confused. Alec decides then it's the perfect time to put me on the ground. He scratches his neck awkwardly. Mel, I may have forgotten to tell you I have an older sister. You forgot. The two of us yell in unison. Alec continues to scratch his neck and laughs awkwardly. I wave slightly. Hey, Mel. Muck, head's mate. Diana. Stupid's older sister. And I happen to be a qualified doctor, she says, bobbing her head in his direction. So what can I help you two with? She asks, lifting her brow and smirking. Well, Alec said, explaining what happens with the proposal. While doing so, he pulls me closer to him and I hide my face in his chest out of embarrassment, and because this is how I'm meeting my mate's older sister. Diana bursts out laughing once Alec finished explaining. She wiped away tears that formed in her eyes and leads us to a room where she could make sure I was all right. I told her and Alec I was fine, but they continued walking in the same direction, ignoring me. I pout and cross my arms like a little child. Alec notices. He wraps his arms around my waist and pulls me towards him while chucking. He pecks my forehead and then my lips. He rubs his nose against mine. Mine. He whispers while rubbing his nose against mine. We now stand outside a room. Diana opens the door and leads us inside. I stare at the colorful walls that surround me. I'm currently sitting in a little hospital room, tapping my foot with Alec. Diana had just finished checking me out, making sure I was okay. She said that my throat might be a little sore, so I should try to minimize my talking. That made me frown, and Alec immediately knew why. Does that mean she can't sing either? Alec grabbing my hand, rubbing his thumb over my knuckles. I'm afraid not. I want her to rest her voice for at least 3 days. If she can rest it for longer, the better. I nod. Well, I need to spend the night at the hospital. Yes, Alec says, cutting his sister off. She raises her eyebrows at him and he growls possessive lie. She puts her hands on her hips, daring him to do that again. He glares at her and pulls me into his lap, playing with my hair. Alec calms down and sighs. Sorry, Diana, but I want Mel to stay here overnight, so that the doctors can monitor her voice, to make sure she's okay. Okay, she mutters. They'll book her in and tell another doctor to monitor her. Any preferences to a doctor? She asks. Yes, I want the pack doctor observing Mel. You're going to need to be more specific, little bro. Which pack doctor? Your pack has 5. And yours has 10. He says, pulling me closer, if that's even possible. Exaggerates Diana, running a hand over her face. Stop being impossible, Alec. Okay, fine. Doc Wilson must look after her. I don't want the other pack doctors monitoring her. Alec says, sticking his tongue out at his sister. I wonder why. She says, tapping her chin. Maybe because they're all young males in their 20s. Alec growls and Diana smirks. I pull Alec face to mine and kiss him, hoping the sparks will calm him down. Just then his phone rings. He lifts me up and puts me on the chair. Excusing himself, he leaves to answer the call. Before HES outdoor, I remind him to tell my brothers I'm here, just so they know. He nods, giving me a small smile before closing the door, leaving me with his big sister. I decide to attempt to make small talk with Diana. So why haven't I seen you around the pack before? She smiles lightly and turns her head toward me. I no longer live in this pack. I moved when I found my mate Alpha Justin of the Half Moon Pack. I'm here now with my family, visiting my parents and siblings. I nod, but then realized she said she's here with her family. So you're here with your mate and children? Yes, I'm here with Justin and our daughter Kimber. I lay on a hospital bed while Alec sits next to me on a chair. I stare at the boring room while he typed vigorously on his phone. He dumps his phone on the hospital bed and sighs, pulling at his hair. Just then the door opens and in rushes 12 people. My brothers and Riley and Emma, all looking worried. Relief washes over their faces when they see him okay. I smile brightly at them and they all look confused, obviously, because I'm in a hospital, smiling like I won at $1. I hold my left hand up so that they can see my engagement ring. I'm engaged. I squeal out. My brothers freeze while the girls jump up and down, squealing with me. Alec tries to hide his face in a magazine and in brothers' heads all turn towards him. Run, mutters Ashton, whose eyes have darkened. Alec doesn't think twice. He jumps over the hospital bed and lands right in front of the door. And he runs. He runs out of the hospital room and my brothers run after him. They are chasing him around the hospital. I stand by the window and see Alec running out of the hospital, but before he can get away, Maze tackles him to the ground. They pull him inside, probably to scare the living daylights out of him. I chuckle and the girls and I chat about wedding arrangements. Chapter 40. Alec's POV. 3 months later, Riced, and in front of a mirror attempting to put on a tie. It's not going too well. I sigh in frustration and threw the tie onto the floor. Mel giggles as she walls out of our bathroom, obviously having front row seats to my mini tantrum. I pout and she rolls her eyes. She walks over to the tie and bends down, picking it up. I frustratedly drag my hands over my face while taking a seat on our bed. Mel comes to stand in between my legs with the tie in her hand. She bites her lip as she puts the tie around my neck. I watch her tentatively as she quickly moves her hands, knotting the tie perfectly. After only one try, just as she's about to walk away, I stand up and grab her waist, pulling her into my embrace. I stick my head into her neck, nuzzling it. Slowly, she wraps her hands around my torso. I trail kisses along her jaw, making my way to her neck. Once I get to her neck, I kiss my mark. She tightens her hold around my torso and moans. "Alec, stop," she whispers. I let out a sigh, wanting to continue, but stopping because I know she wants to get to school on time. Today we finally graduate from high school. All that stressing Mel did a while ago kind of paid off, since she got the mark she wanted. Guess what? My mate has a 90% average. I'm so proud of her. I pull her in for another hug, missing having her in my arms. When I pull away, I grab her left hand and plant kisses all over it, making her giggle, which makes me smile. I see the ring I gave her on her finger and my smile brightens. All I can think about is the fact that in a little less than a year she'll be my wife. I also can't stop thinking about what her brothers did to me when they found out we were engaged. I cringe at the thought. Flashback. I ran toward the exit of the hospital, hoping that none of her brothers would catch me. I see the exit and make it out, but I hear footsteps behind me, so I idiotically turn around to see. I raise my eyebrows when I find no one behind me. I continue running, and then all of a sudden I'm tackled to the ground. I fall, making a loud OMPH sound. I turn my head to see who tackled me, only to find Mason. He tackled me. Then I realize that all of them have surrounded me, leaving nowhere for me to run off to. Ash drags me inside, and surprisingly we have a civilized conversation. Well, wit. After Ash punched me, giving me a blue eye. Oh, and after Maze punched me in the ribs too. Mel and I got into the car and drove off to our farewell. A smile makes its way onto my face because we'll be seeing Aga again. And Diana and my niece along with Dismate are still here, so we'll see each other. Ava moved in with Carter about 3 months ago. I know I complained about my win, but Chess still might when I still miss her. I miss annoying the hell out of her mainly. As soon as we got to the school, like Wiki got out of the car and made my way to Melody's door. I open it and give her my hand, helping her out of the car. Before we left the house, we had to put on those cloak thingsy that people wear when they graduate, as well as that wear a hat thing. And let me tell you, she looks adorable in hers. Our school made us wear blue ones. Some crap about it being school COLURS or something. The two of us made our way to the field, since that's where the ceremony would be. The teachers said we had to make good use of the sunny weather. Mel and I go our separate ways, trying to find our seats. I easily find mine because it was next to Ava's. I hug her and the two of us chat just before the ceremony begins. I asked about her new pack and about how her mate was treating her. She said that everyone has been very welcoming and that on Saturday it will be her Luna ceremony. She invited Mel and I, Diane and her little family, and of course our parents. When Dad found out she was moving in with her mate, he was more protective than he was with Diana. He blames it on fact that she's his little girl, the one that was supposed that to leave him. He gave Carter a long lecture on hurting his little girl. He's still pissed that her first mate had enough guts to reject her. Our principal makes her way onto the stage and opens the ceremony. After that, everyone got called up to get their high school diplomas. After I got mine, I waited for Mel to get hers and kissed her. The two of us walked back to our separate seats. The school valet I see Tori gives a boring speech, which I pay no attention to. To focused on Mel. One of our teachers asked her to sing a song at the ceremony. Although I know she sang in front of more people before, I can't help but notice how nervous she looks. Our eyes meet, and when they do, she manages to calm down slightly. I smile and give her a thumbs up. She smiles back, giving me a nervous, toothy smile. Once the school valedictorian has finished his very long and very boring speech, he handed the microphone over to Mel. She took it with shaking hands. She closed her eyes and breathed in, calming herself. "You'll do great, princess," I say through our mind link, trying to help her calm down. She nods at the guys in charge of the sound and music, silently telling them to play the track. Now that I think about it, she hasn't told me what she plans on singing. Darling, darling, oh, turn the lights back on now, watching, as the credits all roll down. Crying, you know we're playing to a full house. No heroes, villains, one to blame. While wilted roses fill the stage in the thrill is gone. Our debut was a masterpiece. But in the end, for you and me, the show, it can't go on. Once the song is over, everyone stands up and claps their hands. Mel shyly walks down the stairs of the stage and meets me there. When we're close enough, I pull her closer to me, my hands gently cupping her face as I kiss her passionately. She wraps her arms around my neck and her hands go to my hair. She tangles her fingers in my hair. I smirk against her lips, remembering last night. This is our last kiss at this crappy place. Looks like hell's finally over. Epilogue Melody SPOV. So we are going to have to move the wedding forward. By almost a year forward. Why? Because I'm pregnant. You see, the night before Alec and mine's graduation, we might have done the naughty without protection, which led to now, me finding out I am pregnant almost a week later. Alec made me take a pregnancy test. He said I've been getting mood swings and odd cravings, so he bought pregnancy tests because he had a suspicion. So I took two. Both are positive. I'm standing in the bathroom. Now they gap from shock. I'm nervous. I don't know how Alec is going to react. I'm afraid that my brothers will all be disappointed in me. But then Viola decides to butt in. Remember that Ash and Mace both marked and had sex with their mates after a month of being together. So, technically they can't be mad at us. We've known our mate for almost a year. And we won't be pregnant alone. That's right, Emma and Riley are pregnant too. And Riley is not a force to be reckoned with, know that she's pregnant. That girl is scary, and I'm surprised Mace hasn't lost his head yet. Since Em and Riley were both human, they had a lot of explaining to do to their parents, since they met these guys a month ago and were both already pregnant. So Ashton and Mason had to go along with them and tell their parents about the werewolf world. The girls' mothers accepted them as mates, but their fathers not so much. Their fathers were extremely overprotective, especially when they found out their daughters were mated to werewolves. Anyway, like I was saying, I have no idea how I'm going to tell Alec. What if he doesn't want children right now? All of our plans have to change now. Eventually, Viola managed to convince me that he would be thrilled at the thought of being a parent and having an avenant heir to the pack. I nervously walked towards his office. I knocked softly on the door and entered when I heard him say, "Come in." Alec looked angry, and Matt and Eric were standing there. They were probably discussing something, and I interrupted them. As soon as Alec saw me, his expression softened, and he raised his eyebrow, asking me what's wrong. "Alec, I need to talk to you," I say while Matt and Eric quietly exit the office. "What's the matter?" he asks while nodding to the couch in his office. The two of us sit down on the same couch. He turns his body, slightly facing me. I fiddle with my fingers, trying to think of ways to start this conversation. How do I tell him that Alec gets up from the couch and crouches down in front of me. He gently lifts my chin up so that I'm looking directly at him. "Melody, you know you can tell me anything, right?" I nod. My throat feels like it's closing, making it feel impossible to say anything. Alec nuzzles his head in my neck, breathing in my scent. I try and dig my head deeply into his chest. His scent helps to calm me slightly. Now tell me what's wrong. Princess. I sigh. Okay, here goes nothing. I'm pregnant. I whisper, afraid of my own words. Alec immediately pulls away, so that I'm arm's length away from him. He searches my face, trying to my haze of me lying. Why would I lie about this? This is serious. Then a massive smile breaks onto his face, and he lifts me up, spinning me around. I can't help but giggle. All my worries go outside of the window. We're going to be parents. Alec happily whispers, putting me down, staring lovingly at me. 1 month later, I stand staring at myself in the mirror, fixing my wedding dress. Why, Leva? Riley, wait, Riley. Emma and Diana stand around me, gushing and squealing like girls being asked out for the first time. While Kimber, Diana's daughter, watched them mouth agape. Okay, so you get. Today's my wedding. We're all trying to get ready for the wedding ceremony. Ava is my maid of honor and Kimber is a flower girl. Kimber looks utterly adorable in her little dress. I could just pull her cheeks. Emma and Riley are not bridesmaids. They're just helping me get done. They were so happy when they found out I was pregnant, going on about how our children will be adorable and how they'll wear similar clothes. My brothers, on the other hand, weren't too impressed. But it's over with now. In just 5 months I will have a little baby in my arms. But first Alec and I need to get married. Alec's best man is actually Chris, as in my best friend Chris. You see, Alec and I made a bet. I won, so Chris had to be best man. Chris had been away in another pack helping train the pack, since he's the best warrior in Ashton's pack, other than my cousins, who refused to travel. Chris came back with his mate, Madison. So Madison is one of my bridesmaids, along with my cousin Jamie, who came all the way here for my wedding. I stare at myself once more before hearing someone knock on the door. Ash enters the room and does a double take. Mel, you look beautiful, just like Mom. I look down, feeling sad that I'll never share this moment with my parents ever. The girls immediately pull me in for a hug. Not before Ava threatens me about ruining my makeup she spent hours doing. Please don't cry, Auntie Mel. Pretty girls don't cry, they smile. Kimber tells me, giving me a toothy smile. I bend down so that I'm at eye level with her and kiss her forehead and returning a smile. Mel, everyone is waiting for you, Ash says. The two of us hook hands and walk towards the direction of the hall. Since Ash is the eldest, he's handing me over to Alec. Ashton and I stand outside the hall facing the door. Then the music begins to play and the guards open the door for us, and I see Alec, looking sexy as ever, I might add, in a black suit. He sees me and his face lights up. His eyes twinkle with admiration. When we get to where Alec is standing, Ash kisses my forehead, then places my small hand in Alec's large one. Alec doesn't remove his gaze from me for the entire time. The priest says something, but we pay no attention to him. Not until he says, "You two have made your own vows." Am I? Alec and I. You can go first, Mr. Silvermoon. Alec nods. Melody, you are my world, my everything. I can't imagine a life without you in it. I plan on spending the rest of my life trying to make you happy. I always want to be the reason behind your smile, and I want to be the one who makes you laugh. When you are sick, I want to look after you. He puts his hand on my stomach. I want to be the best husband for you and the best father for our unborn pup. I never ever want to make you unhappy. You two are my life, and today I promise on my life to cherish you both and love you both unconditionally. There are tears falling down my cheek. Alec takes his thumbs and gently rubs them away. Alec, the day I met you, I ran away not to tell you about my complicated life. And when I told you, you said I was foolish. I chuckled lightly. You protected me with your entire pack when I was hunted by rogues. You did that without me asking. I want to wake up next to you each and every morning because by your side is the only place I feel truly safe. I honestly don't know what type of parents we'll be, but I do know we'll do everything in our power to keep our child safe. I love you, Alec Silvermoon, and I can't wait to steal your surname forever. Multiple AWWWWS are heard in the crowd. You may now kiss the bride. says the priest. Alec wastes no time and wraps his arms around my waist, pulling me closer to him. My arms instantly find his neck and we share a passionate kiss while the crowd applauds us. This is our love story about all the challenges we faced and everything we've been through and possibly what we will go through together. And this is how I became known as the Alpha's famous mate. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.